asking me the first half. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the €250 ZTO anniversary main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, 3 is the magic number. We'll try that again. Welcome everyone to the final day of the €250 ZTO anniversary main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It is myself, Action Man Dan in the booth, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. Can you hear me loud and clear? Let me know in the chat. Off to a little bit of a rocky start. And number 5, nothing too much to worry about. There's a player you want to worry about, Mephisto. This guy seems to go deep in everything. Really would like to take my train. Sits in with 100 bigs. How are you keeping? It's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this field. 500k guaranteed in this one. 24 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 1,897. Average stack is almost 6 million. We do see Carl, even from the hijack, rejamming for 25 bigs total. He is going to rejam, and we're going to be getting some action here because Mephisto's not going to be folding to Jabracadas anytime soon, even if he did raise from early position. Looks like we are 8-handed, 3 tables of 8. Mephisto looking for a count. But we'll be calling this one This is a huge flip. 8.6 million in this pot. 50 bigs and some change. Mephisto with the best of it. I don't know if it's 70-30, but a couple of aces or kings gone into the muck clearly. 7-3 deuces to flop 2 hearts. Looks like he only has 3 outs remaining. Turn is the queen of hearts, and that's not good for Carl. Mephisto with a heart in hand. Turn is a lady, river is a lady, and we are going to say goodbye to Carl in 24th place. Mephisto will scoop the booty, now playing 24 million plus. Pay jump has been reached to €2,000. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final day of the €250 ZTO anniversary main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. This one is going to be action-packed, especially with Mephisto playing such a large stack, even bigger now. A force to be reckoned with. And needless to say, I don't need to know who's at the outer tables. Could be Phil Ivey, Phil Helmet, Daniel Negreanu. Mephisto has that much chips. I'm putting my money on that man right there. Greetings if you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're new to the channel. You can find out all the additional information about this fantastic resort at the King's Resort website. We even have a merchandise store. Some great goodies on there. Go have a look, check it out, feast your eyes. Bird flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Lovely to have you with us. Stratus, of course, all the time as well. The regs out in force for this one. Nearly 100 people tuning in already. We're only live 20 minutes or so. The magic outset. Lots of shout outs. How are you all feeling out there? Did you all have a nice Valentine's Day? Do you like that song in the background? I'm glad to see ya. Glad to see you, Apocalypse, in the chat. What's wrong with it other than obscene levels of consumerism? Well, sometimes you have to crack a few eggs if you want to make an omelette. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I need some new expressions around here. It's 2025 now. So sorry, he didn't have 24 million. He does have over 20 million. Blinds have just gone up as well. 100k is the small blind. 200k is the big blind. With a 200k running big blind ante, that's 100, 200, 200. He's going to open the ace, queen, and take down the blinds and antes. Expect to see him be super active from all over the table. Having a stranglehold here on his opposition. We're in for a treat. The nines are just going to take that one down. Paku says, oh, I forgot how commercial and completely unromantic it is. Doing all right, Dan. Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, it's been challenging. Getting into the gym properly. Completely changing around my diet. Sleeping really well. Getting up earlier. Trying to study more poker now that I don't have college this year. Bit of adjustment getting back from Sofia. Took me a few days. I don't know if I picked up a dose or something. I just felt a bit run down. Usually the way it is anytime I go play live and come back to decompress. Not much else to report. Been playing online here and there whenever I can. Getting a few runs and min cashes, but that's about as far as we've got so far. It's a work in progress. Yal Ben Simon, who we have seen rocking around these parks before. We'll take that one down with a bet of 550 on the Jack 9-6 with a good shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and positional advantage. So we see the ace-9 opening here, suited from the cutoff. Ace-5 actually could have rejammed that one on the button, wisely getting out of the way. Soleus, Visocus, the guts of 10 million chips as well here. $650 is the bet, $650 is the call as we hit the river. 2.7 million in this one. Looks like the big blind's just going to give up. Hard to win there with queen high, but on that run out decides against betting. Perhaps it might have worked, but having said that, the pocket six is blocking the straight. Pretty good call, or hand to call down with. Does win himself a nice pot. Yappa snap in the house, says gentlemen, ladies, how are we? How are you going down the man? Pretty well. Mephisto with 109 bigs, your overwhelming chip leader. Yeah, not too far behind though. And then Saulius with 57 bigs in third place. Secutor with 34. Flex with 23. AC Milan with 18. And Dirk finds himself bottom of the leaderboard here, but he is still playing very comfortable 15 bigs. Amazing structures at Kings, of course. So much playability in this one and so much chips in play. We are in for quite the ride, it looks like, today with this amount of bigs in play. Seatbelts and airbags. Vamos, me filo. Shama. Let's go. So, of course, we do see Mephisto in the mix with his top pair. Very good kicker on the Queen 7, 6, 10 board. Good shot, straight draw here for Saulius from the cutoff. Sorry, he just has a pair. For some reason, I thought he had ace 9. Mephisto doesn't like that river in the slightest. Flush comes in, straight comes in. And the ace beats him now. Does block the straight, having a king in his hand. Saulius going to try to get paid here to the tune of 1 million. Those pink chips, 500k each. Green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k, and the 5k chips are the orange ones you see in front of the players. They are still in play, but they won't be for too much longer. 22 players remaining now. Mephisto getting out of the way wisely. Really can't beat much on that board with just king, queen, and we'll let it go. Bird says he's still at work, cannot watch all the time. Bird, you do so much for this channel. Don't worry about it. You drop by to say hi if and when you can. Arnelio says he fold a7. No, he bet with the a7. They're just so deep. So much chips in play. Expect to see some big pop poker here this afternoon, folks. Y'all pocket nines, min raising in the cutoff, and Mephisto can call or raise with the suited variety. Just wants to call in position. Yappa Snap wants some action. Well, it is our mantra around here, Yappa Snap. How are you doing? From all the way down under. The dingo ate my baby. And AC Milan here, you see in the big blind, he has a different name, and he's won a lot of money at Kings, so don't let that name on the screen fool you. He is another player you want to watch out for. 22 players remaining now. Yeah, I'll bet 250k here on the ace-8 deuce. Mephisto, a lot of backdoor equity. Can still have the best hand with king. King high sometimes is going to, of course, call. Second ace rolling off. Look at the amount of mischief beneath those eyes of Mephisto. That's going to bet a second time, and I would say that's going to be it. But because he's gone for such a small sizing, Mephisto is going to call. A non-believer of sorts. I actually originally thought that Mephisto should just fold the turn, but for that sizing, and get behind calling. How's River the best hand? Mephisto's the wrong kind of dude to be bluffing. We've seen this time and time again. If you're a reg on the King's Resort channel. Mephisto will take it down. Which seems to be a common theme so far today. Yappa Snap says, not bad, mate. Had a rough weekend. Well, nothing I can't handle. Well, you know, when you have a rough weekend, I don't know what that means. Could mean you were just on a bender. Maybe you were dealing with some drama. But it's character building stuff. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. If it was particularly horrific, I'll go light a candle for you on the break. You Australians are very thick-skinned. I'm sure you'll be fine. Nothing you can't handle, indeed. Richie says, good afternoon, everybody. Special hello to the action man, Dan. Good man, Richie. Or re-raised chili dog, as you're known on the streets. We can continue to call you Richie, or if you want to be called Re-Raise or Chili Dog. Re-Raise Chili Dog, bit too long of a name for me to be saying 100 times a day. All vote now. Ray says, not on the streets, on the tables, mate. Richie is fine, Dan. Well, yeah, I meant the poker streets. Flop, turn, and river, some people call them. Fex is going to limp his option here with ace-8 offsuit. In general, don't really like doing this. I prefer to do this with a different hand. You want to just come in for a raise fold here with the ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuit. Often from the cutoff here, sub 20 bigs or in or around 20 bigs to start the hand. 10-3-3 is the flop, and Saulius gets a free look at the flop, turns some equity once the flop goes check, check. And now 300k is the bet. 300k is the call. River is the 7 of hearts. And Saulius with the best hand. Maybe I could just call him Saul. I think it's Saul. Better call Saul. And Fex, considering calling this one. Saul going to try to get some value for his rivered pair of 7s. Johnny will take that one down. In general, yeah, just prefer to min-raise with those ace-x combinations, especially when they're offsuit. Yappa Snap says, not a bender, just some rubbish drama that I don't need right now, but dust myself off and we trot on. Good man yourself. Get up, get on. Saul wins another one. Getting a bit of value and now playing 14.2 million. Secutor raised to 550k here on the butt with ace-5 suited. Magic Al says AC Milan looks like he's in Yakuza Poker Team Pro. Yal calling from the small. The ace 10 offsuit. Does take that one down with an unconventional lead there on the Jack 6-4. Expected to see him check that one. So 21 players remaining now, folks. So that means a pay jump is looming from 2,000 to 2,360 euro. I actually haven't mentioned how much money is up for grabs in this one. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Also, the small matter of 63,000 euro for the winner. And all the glory that goes with it. This is the ZTO anniversary main event. Special one for whoever takes it down. What a year it's been at Kings so far. Crowned so many champions, couple of 3-day, 4-day events. The Italian poker sport, of course, and the World Series of Poker circuit main event. Fisto betting 300k here. Piece of it for AC Milan. Second pair. Backdoor flush draw. Decent kicker. Will be calling, of course. Needs to be careful. Just 11 big blinds remaining as we hit the turn. Fisto can check, considering he has the 10 of clubs. Could just go for the lot here by the river. Bet something small on the turn. I'm talking 550, maybe 600k. Does go for 550. And now that AC Milan has picked up a flush draw, I think he's going to have to call a second time. You look at the pot, 2.25 million out there, 550 to call. You can see he's actually getting the right odds against Mephisto's exact range here, or exact hand. But it is, Mephisto is a 3-1 favorite as we hit the river. And that's going to be music to AC Milan's ears. The question is, does he just shove into Mephisto? Or does he try get Mephisto to shove on the river? I think Mephisto's just going to check back with too many ace-x type holdings, and he might have a club that has to call. Now, having said that, AC Milan doesn't really shove light here. It's very difficult for AC Milan to be shoving into Mephisto without a made hand on a 4-club run out. That's why you're going to see him go for a tiny sizing. 650 will get snapped off. Mephisto doesn't like it, but he was forced to pay the man. I'm trying to think. Maybe you can help me out in the chat. What kind of bluffs AC Milan has on the river there, betting 650. The thing is, he might bet 650 with a worse flush than a 10 high flush. And therefore Mephisto just has to call. I am trying to do more highlight hands. Perhaps I am going to mark that one for today. Gonna write that down. Hand 23. Actually, that brings me to my next point. If you feel like there's a highlight hand or a hand that should be reviewed or talked about, please let me know in the chat. I'm going to try to do top 10 hands of the week and go through them throughout the week so I can get a better understanding of what's going on. Obviously not going to be talking about the hands I've reviewed myself the following stream, because obviously we have other hands to be talking about. But I think it could be interesting to get the chat more interactive, even though yous are very good. Something I've been quite lazy about in the past. Maybe lazy's not the right word, but hard to be running sims and stuff when it's all taking place under one roof. The King's Resort live from Rosvedov. Mephisto still over 100 big blinds. Yal with 81. Saul with 71, AC Milan with 25, Secutor with 25, Fex with 16, and Dirk, 13 big blinds now. No pair, no draw is in the house. Says, I almost said must be nice to river the nuts, then I realized the technique isn't the true nuts. But a full house is very unlikely here. Full house is very unlikely there from both opponents. I think it's highly unlikely that Mephisto is going to be bluffing on that river, but that's why he went for this blockerish type sizing. Fex min raising with a little bit of cheese on top with the kings. No one going to bite on this occasion. We'll take down the blinds and antes. Strata says, top 10 hands. You mean Bird using his right hand and finds it better than his left? No pair, no draws is maybe a larger bet to look bluffy. If you're getting looked up, a medium bet is just as likely to get called as a small bet. I just don't know if he would have got paid for the lot, although he only had $1 million behind. And it is Mephisto who had over 100 big blinds, can call him pretty liberally. Strata says, for all of you that do not know, Bird called the DEA on me last month, so all comments are warranted. Thailand girlfriend split up with me last week. I kind of figure she's now dating a German dude. Could be Bird. Is that not what they say? Plenty of fish in the sea. The most cliche expression of all time, perhaps. Have you got your word of the day ready for later, Apocalypse? You're not getting loads of words today now. You were confusing people the last time. 1.4 million in the pause. We hit the river. 8-10, queen, 3-10 is the board. Secutor checking. And yeah, I'm going to go for some very thin value. 200k. We'll get paid by Secutor with just king high. Was a blind v blind battle, to be fair, and it was just one big blind. Yeah, eking out some additional value there on the river. Taking down a 1.8 million pot. Hawklip says Dan bought a few new classics this week as the Jack 10 suited takes that one down. Very classic hand indeed. What did you buy, Apocalypse? Apocalypse now. Yeah, I'm in raising with the King Queen off suit in the cutoff. He's seeing the big. AC Milan is going to use this combination as a 3-bet bluff, and I'm all for it. These hands like ace-6, ace-7, and ace-8 offsuit play better as a 3-bet fold in these scenarios. They just don't play well post-flop, out of position, off this stack depth. Strata says, is there anyone in the chat from South Africa? I don't think so. We do extend far and wide our audience. Magic El says, I expect you and I like you, said Yal to AC Milan. So he's afraid. Well, don't think he could do much there. It was a nice 3-bet combination to use. Does take it down. Red Misty in the house is Dan the man. Good day, sir. Good day, Red Misty. Pockets bought the picture of Dorian Gray, the Scarlet Letter, Vanity Fair, and Tess of the Duberville. I hope I'm pronouncing that word incorrectly. I was wondering about that, Stratus. Does his wife read to him? He can correct her on all the pronunciations and spellings and the way the grammar is being used. Dirk is going to shove for 11 bigs total, blind v blind. Standard stuff. Dirk take down the blind and antes. Takes back his small blind. And the world keeps on spinning. Mephisto min raises with ace-9 offsuit. Takes that one down on the queen 9-4-3. Dirk is going to shove 13 bigs from the cutoff. 20 players remaining now, by the way. That means the pay jump has been reached to €2,360. Yal is going to call in the big blind. King Queen suited. Eight, 8-3 is the flop. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Dirk has been eliminated. Nothing he can do there. Standard shove, standard call. 19 players remaining now, and that means we are 3 eliminations away from the redraw. So 19 players remaining now. Saul is going to bet 400k here. Top pair. And the flush draw. 2 pair now. Secutor deciding to just call pre. I actually think we could just shove pre in or around 20 bigs. Big stack opening the cutoff. It's a good combination to just rejam. Pogga says, funny enough, I read them more than she does, but she does also like books. I'm the one reading the classics while she's working her way through a series. Fair enough. Stratos asks, was there any update on Leon? I haven't heard anything. I would say that no news is good news. I wish him a speedy recovery. Secretary is going to raise here to 1.2 million. I missed that. Very unconventional raise here. Does have a straight blocker. Does have a pair of nines, but without a club in his hand, I don't really like Secretary's move here. I think he's going to regret this one later. Or perhaps he loses less chips here because he's just going to have to fold now. Unless he thinks he's against a naked club of Sal with just the king of clubs or just the ace of clubs. Does let it go. Sal will take that one down. Playing over 17 million now. Secutor down to 8 big blinds. Pogdom says, as far as you know, he's all right and back to normal at home. Perhaps reading his way through a few books, listening to some classical music. That is great news indeed. $18 players remaining now. These guys talking to each other a little bit. Fisto turning a flush. Fisto running pretty good here so far today. There's no pair, no draws. His flushes all over the place. He hasn't hit a flush draw in 84 years. That's a very long time. I call BS on that. He does bet a little bit over $1 million. Mephisto will release. Mephisto now with aces. Blinds have just gone up. 125, 250, 250. That's 125k. Small blind. $250,000 for the big blind with $250,000 running big blind ante. And AC Milan finds himself with a very nice rejammable hand here with Jack 10 suited. He might just want to call with 18 remaining considering the field size, even though it was a €250 buy-in, 1,897. But against a chip leader playing over 80 bigs to start the hand, I would probably be more inclined to rejam this one. And that's a rejam and a snap. Mephisto. With the aces. AC Milan has one of those cracker of a hands, though, that can take on these overpairs. He's up against it, though, even more so now. Just one heart on the flop. Turn is the 9 of clubs, and that's going to seal the deal. Stratus wants to know why rejam Jack 10 suited. It just plays really well against the chip leader, who's going to be opening very wide. It's not every day Mephisto's going to have aces raising from the cutoff there. It's just a very nice rejammable stack. Doesn't want to 3-bet that one. Find himself out of position against a man of Mephisto's caliber. He's going to pick up the blinds and antes and the raise from Mephisto. I would say at least 4 times out of 5, maybe even 7 times out of 10. I'm not a mathematician, but Mephisto's going to have such a wide opening range. It's going to be a very profitable rejam there. He's done nothing wrong. Just unlucky on this occasion to run into it. My TY 2010 wants to know who I am. I am Action Man Dan. That means 17 players remaining now, which means we are 1 elimination away from the redraw. What an action-packed frame it's been over the last 90 minutes or so. Things just getting kicked off. Lots more action to come from the ZTO Anniversary Edition main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, welcome. Come on in. The water's lovely. We're just going to get another player here. We are playing 5-handed. Fex shoves the ace-queen, takes that one down. Strata says, who is he? Is the voice that millions and millions tune in to just to hear the Nightingale quality voice and have their blood pressure lowered while watching people play poker. He's the one, the only. Action Man Dan. Stop. With these comments, you are really spoiling me. €2,725 is the current payout. Secutor are going to shove just shy of 4 big blinds. Stratus is doing the work of Dan Fox. I bet you'll just see Dan Fox appear now after the break. Watch. As is tradition around here, Yal is going to call for that short of a shove. Sub 4 bigs. Secutor is up against it. It is a 60-40 for his tournament life. 2.5 million in the pot. We all know I'm the hype man around here. But even Batman needed a Robin. Jack 10-9 is the flop. Pretty good start there for Secutor. 87% equity. Turn is the 5 of clubs. And now just an ace or a 5. It's an ace. Secutor very unlucky there. Runner. Obviously just needed the ace, but 2 pair seals the deal. That means we are going on a break for roughly 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to have 2 tables of 8 when we get back, playing down to a final table from there. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai,
he shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's a
Kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Ahai, right?
yeah, and it's well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And
So-
the bigger aces also to be
Yeah.
maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And
Well,
check.
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Ahai can get behind it, tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and
Time to get to
enjoy a
work.
deep stack. Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Rani Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really gonna have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmitro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura,
Yeah.
screams strength.
Yeah,
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're gonna have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to.
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike,
Yeah,
grab your
yeah.
backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's gonna need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips. Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
Must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're
Yeah.
happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to
It's-
face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky. for
Open,
Milosevic.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep, we're
Yep.
got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Milosevic going to be priced in for another
Has
45?
to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here. in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3 to 1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Must be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like queen jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9 to 1 favorite, not 3 to 1.
Well, his back is
2.5
up
to 1.
against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vlasovic.
Four.
Oh, 6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours was loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vlasovic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracoli.
Board.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think I had the
Pairs
in
on
hand.
the end, and
Dicevi
Radicki
tu?
Sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions
Yeah.
of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest. So they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3 to 1 favorite now, better than 4 to 1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself, I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like
yeah,
Chef,
no.
Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta that got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
Yeah, that's not wrong.
the chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that man.
Yeah, you didn't
Meanwhile-
wake up happy either.
No. Sutera,
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
But
heavily Catholic.
it screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually?
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
Well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on,
But now when you're Radishi,
stop it.
does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off. pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen king for a swing.
I was gonna say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king, and now you see
Of space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now
are
look at the
hard to
lips in
play, huh?
turn from Sutera. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort
Yeah.
of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here
25 total.
and snatch some chips,
I think
might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velocevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
On
of
the
spades, 10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Kamoshi
Yeah.
facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh.
the game. And
Hello.
maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee,
60.
Oh,
given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
my heart.
And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svedunov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velasquez in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Ghaid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetnov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velasquez had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svedunov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Lots more action to come. 15 players remaining now from the ZTO main event anniversary edition. Final day here. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, in the booth. Nicholas going to bet 5.25 here on the Queen 10-9. And we've got some action. I was just admiring at about how great this feature table is. We've got Mephisto, Pistol Pete, Musa, and Andre Gita all still in the mix, which is just incredible considering it is a €250 buy-in. Yannick is going to go for a raise here. Try to get additional value from some straight draws, some weaker queens, maybe even a hand like Ace-10. We'll continue. On the turn here with 4.1 million in the pot. Yannick going to bet 1.7 mil. Nicholas not loving life. Getting raised. On the flop. And now facing a 1.7 million bet. That's a really, really strong fold there from the King-Queen suited. Parker says, how ironic, during the break I've been reading Anna Karenina and now we have queen over queen action. I don't get that reference. Maybe I should Google it. I presume you're reading about queens fighting each other like you'd see in Game of Thrones. Maybe less dragons. Who knows? Incredible that we still have Pistol Pete in the mix. Mephisto with kings. And we will see some action here because Yannick has a monster 50 bigs deep. Piecing out a 3-bet. Making it 2.5x, 1.25 million to go. Blinds are still 125, 250, 250. I would like to see Mephisto click this one back to about 2.75 mil, maybe 3 mil, maybe 3.25 mil. 3.25 mil at the most, really. Weird Rusty asked what happened the Ace Queen versus the King Queen. The King Queen made a very good and disciplined laydown on the turn. Fisto going to posture up for a moment, of course. With his opponent with 11 million behind, doesn't need to make it too big here. Like I said, somewhere a little under 3 million. Yeah, I said 3.2. Somewhere between 2.7 and 3.2. He's gone for 3.125 million. This is just a super cooler. I don't see any way that Yannick gets away from this. It's just going to be all in from Yannick. Does move all in. Mephisto snaps him off. And suddenly we are playing 100 big blind pot. Now Mephisto has been on the receiving end of a few bad beats deep. Close to final tables. I think he's exited in 7th or 8th place on a couple of occasions as well. He is a 70-30 here. And an ace, but a king. Didn't like that ace, but it was followed with a king. There's the 5 of diamonds. Mephisto going to have, I can't even calculate how many big blinds he's going to have. 38.9 million, 156 big blinds. Yannick, you got a feel for him. He's done nothing wrong. Getting in these clicky wars. He's got a monster against Mephisto. Super unlucky to run into kings. And now, guys, look at this. Stacks on racks, racks on stacks. All the way to the top. Good luck beating this guy. Stranger things have happened. Long, long way to go. In such an amazing structure. Deep stack poker here, but what a force to be reckoned with now. 156 big blinds. I believe that means there's 14 players remaining now. Pay jump looming. Current payout is €3,090. Next payout is €3,455. The Magic Elsa says LFG Musa. Yeah, Musa having a few deep runs already this year. One to watch out for sure. We are 5 eliminations away from the final table. Nicholas raises to 525 with the Jack 10 offsuit. Lucky going to call with Ace 4 suited from the small blind. And Musa with the Queen Jack offsuit in the big. 7 bigs behind. Jack 10-3 is the flop. Queen Jack getting out of the way in the big. I think that's a big fold there by the big blind. $650 is the bet. Just going to take that one down with a bet. Parker says she's not technically a queen, but close enough to make the joke. Sorry, I'm a bit behind with that comment. This is why I love Jack 10. This is why I love Mephisto. He just can't do anything wrong today so far. I think he lost one all in or one pot for about 8 bigs, something around that area. Musa, who is a beast in his own right. 6.5 bigs, ace-4 suited. Remember, we are shorter handed now. 2 tables of 7. Freestyle bets 375. The king queen offsuit. Takes down another one. Nicholas not connecting with that board with the ace 9. Pistol Pete. Another legend in his own right. What a feature table we have here with 14 players remaining. A lot of the players remaining in this field, or this kind of a tournament with a 250 buy-in, are going to be recreationals. But we do have a few pros. The cream does always rise to the top. And it looks like he has a Pistol Pete hat. I can't see if that says pistol for sure, but it definitely says Pete. Not in the mood, says his t-shirt. Well, better get in the mood. You've got ace king. 20 bigs to start the hand. Does min raise. He will take that one down with his ace-king. No nibblers. Just takes down the blinds and antes. Playing 22 bigs now. Director is going to open with the nines. Mephisto's going to call in the big with Jack 8 suited. Some sort of deliberation here about a marked card. Set for Director. Good shot, straight draw. Backdoor flush draw for Mephisto. Director, who I believe changed his name on the break. Do have a variety of nationalities being represented all under one roof. Switzerland, Lithuania, Austria, Romania, and Germany, of course. 2 Romanians, 3 Germans. We lost Yannick, our only Swiss player. Lithuania is the director, and Lucky 13 is from Austria. Turn barrel for director with his set. Mephisto lets it go. Mephisto with nearly half the chips in play at this feature table. Double director's stack and some. And director's playing an amazing stack of 71 bigs. Nicholas down with 41, Lucky with 33, 22 for Pistol Pete, Musa and Andre Gita are Romanians. Both sub 10 bigs with a lot of work to do, but they are dangerous players if they get going. Fold all the way around to the small blind for Pistol Pete with the Queen 10 offsuit. Goes for a raise size of 625. Needs to be careful with those raise sizes. Wants to be making it 3x, maybe even closer to 3.5. Could just rip, by the way, 17 bigs. It seems like a lot blind be blind, but going to take down the blinds and antes majority of the time. Director taking that one down with the ace-7 suited. And it's go time here for Gita. All in for 3.7 big blinds. And he's in trouble here because Jack's in the small for Lucky. Seven five deuce is the flop, one spade. Gita needing a lot of help here as we hit the turn. Gets a bit of help in the form of the 4 of spades. Now has 10 outs as we hit the river. But it is the 4 of hearts. No luck for Gita. But it is Lucky who will scoop the booty. And we get one step closer to the final table. 13 players remaining now. Fold all the way around to the small or the cutoff for Lucky. Lets it go. 13 players remaining now. That means the pay jump has been reached. All players remaining are guaranteed a minimum of €3,455. Musa with 4 big blinds. This is going to be his moment. Puts it in on the button. King 3 suited. So Mephisto priced in to call here with the 10-9 offsuit. It is 8-8-6. A lot of equity here for Mephisto. Musa, 3-1 favorite now on the turn. Here comes the river. 9 outs, but that's not one of them. Musa now playing 9.5 big blinds. King of clubs giving him top pair on the riv. Musa is going to shove 9.5 bigs here in the cutoff, and Nicholas has a monster for 9.5 bigs, but ICM considerations and all that jazz, we might see him just fold this one. I say a monster, I'm just going to say Queen Jack suited playing very well in these all-in confrontations, sub 10 bigs. As the jam, or as the shover. The Magic Elsa says, let's go double up kings at kings. Get your pom-poms out. Lucky with the min, pocket sixes. Mephisto on the button, ace jack off suit. Can raise or just call. Good combination for a raise. And I like this sizing, little under 3x. Puts a lot of pressure back on Lucky here. Lucky is going to call. Don't mind him calling with sixes. Just going to be quite vulnerable going post flop. Going to be faced with overcards the majority of the time. It is 9-8 deuce. Where Mephisto can check or bet. But when we've got all those chips and we're in position in a 3-bet pot, I think we want to bet over check. If we're betting, can bet somewhere between a quarter and a third. Does go for somewhere around 30%. Now Lucky knows that his sixes are going to be good some of the time here, but with two clubs on board, two overcards, and Mephisto's going to be barreling a lot on turn and river. I think he just has to let it go. Although he is getting great odds to see the turn. Mephisto takes down another one. Oh no, call the cops. Musa doubling up. Now has 12 bigs. Gets ace king, but it's Pistol Pete with an absolute monster. The kings of kings here. There's no way he can't make his hand look strong unless he flats. And even if he flats, it looks really strong. I think with 19 bigs, we just got to shove or effectively shove, putting in about half to 2/3 of our stack. Can occasionally go for a 3-bet fold, but it's super unlikely he's going to be 3-bet folding to a 12 big blind stack to start the hand. Therefore, I think we will just see Pistol put the majority of his chips in from the button here. There you have it. Director with a big hand as well. Pocket nines, but going straight into the muck. Tori says, call an ambulance. Queen 5-3 is the flop, all hearts, and it's looking very grim for Musa now. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Musa needing an ace that's not a heart. Ace of diamonds or the ace of clubs, or we lose another legend, and we do lose another legend. Musa will say goodbye to us in 13th place. Will take home €3,455 for his efforts. That means 12 players remaining now. That also means there is a page jump blooming from €3,455 to €3,870. And it also means that we are 3 eliminations away from the final table. Mephisto's going to win that one with just queen high. Dangerously close to playing 40 million chips. Incredible. Yari wants to know, is Yal still in? He definitely should be. We don't have any information about the outer table, but he did have a chunky stack of 10 to 12 million, I believe. Maybe even a little bit more. He had a healthy enough chip stack when he got moved, Yari. Director Min raises with the queen 9 of spades. Nicholas going to piece out a 3-bet, very small one. Yari says, okay, thank you. You're very welcome. Blinds are now 150, 300, 300. That's 150k small blind, 300 big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. 12 players remaining now. 3 eliminations away from the FT. 2 tables of 6 remaining. Bird says, so folks, I'm back. Work called and I had to answer. Work sucks. Work sucks. I know. She left me roses by the stairs. Just a bit of Blink 182 for all those teenage rockers and moshers out there back in the day. An oldie but a goldie. King 6-4 is the flop. Mephisto bets 1 big blind. 1 big blind is the bet. 1 big blind is the call. Dunk, new player at the table. A wonky donkey. 1931. I believe it was a great year. Actually, it probably wasn't. Nearly 100 years ago. We do have a big boy pot here, blind v blind. Nicholas with tens. Lucky going for it here with ace-9 offsuit. Very unlucky to run into it. It ain't over yet. Do have 11 players remaining now. Someone's being eliminated on the outer table. This will get us one step closer to the FT. It will put us at the final table bubble. King 10-7 is the flop, and it's a set for Nicholas. Things are looking quite grim here for Lucky. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Glimmer of hope here. Jack needed on the river for Lucky. I don't believe it. Expect the unexpected. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Runner, runner. How's your mother? For sugar. That is sick for the pocket tens. He did have 70%, not 100% going in, Real Rusty, but he did flop a set. Nothing else he could do, of course. Or it says Kai Havertz is the king of London. And Arsenal won the league in 1931. Jeez, how do you know these things? It's incredible. Looks like Liverpool are going to win it this year. I don't see them being caught at the top, but stranger things have happened. So 11 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,870. 2 eliminations away from the final table. Apocalypse says easy for Liverpool and refs and VAR are fixing every match. Well, I can't really talk about that. I just knew that they were at the top of the league by about 7 points, give or take. Fisto raised to 1 million, going for a large sizing. I say large. I would say this is pretty much optimal, somewhere around 3 to 3.5x. Shows him the ace 4 suited. Pistol Pete putting the 6 Dewey in the bin. Nicholas shoving 10 bigs here from the cutoff. Mephisto's going to call with 6s. Pistol Pete wakes up with a monster. Pistol Pete should just be ripping this. Not much to think about here. Although he may feel like Mephisto is trapping with the pocket 6s. Mephisto might do this with kings or aces specifically, maybe queens, but in general, Mephisto's going to have like a middling type pair, maybe a hand like ace 9, ace 10 suited. It's just an all in with the jacks. Pistol Pete is going to take his time, of course. There is no pay jump to worry about between 11th and 10th place. He's become quite animated here that he's kind of giving away the strength of his hand. Really feels like a 9s, 8s, 9s, 10s situation. We can see that it's jacks. Looks like he just doesn't want to bust in 11th place. When he does jam, lads, Mephisto is going to have a bit of a decision here because it's only going to be 4 million more to eliminate 2 players. He is in the tank for quite some time now. Does have the big blind to worry about as well. Perhaps he's just trying to Hollywood it up a bit. But we can see it looked like a real decision. Now, Mephisto can eliminate 2 players here, or the chance to do it, for 4.2 million more. I still think we can just make a fold when pistols come over the top. It was a real decision for pistols, so you gotta think that at the very least he's going to have a better pair than 6s, and if not, he's going to be in some form of a situation where he's against ace queen or ace king. Obviously ace king is a slam dunk shove from Pistol Pete. As it stands, Pistol Pete has Nicholas in dire straits. Almost 10 million in this pot. Pistol Pete on the right side of this one. Just needs to avoid an ace or something to that effect. 7-7-3 is the flop. That's as good as he could hope for. Turn is the 7 of hearts. And the river is the 4 diamonds. We do lose Nicholas in 11th place. And that means we are on the final table bubble. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €3,870, and now pay jump is looming from 3,870 to €4,734. Top 5 going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And the winner of this one going to take home €63,000. Mephisto with a commanding chip lead. Director with 64 bigs then. The rest under 50. No one really short at the moment. Got rid of the shorties. Pistol Pete now playing 14 mil. Has a really good seat, by the way, having position on Mephisto. Mephisto's going to take away a lot of Pistol Pete's opening opportunities, but at least he doesn't have Mephisto on his right. Or sorry, on his left. 3-betting him. Calling in position, whatever the case may be. We haven't seen much of Donk yet. And Director. A lot of chips in play in this one. You see the average stack, 14.2 million. Not too far away from being 50 big blind average as we get one elimination away from the final 9. 1.3 million is the bet here from Director on the deuce 3, deuce 7, 9 board. Pistol Pete should just let this one go. We've seen him hero call multiple occasions there already this year, I think. He's not shy about putting the cape on if he feels like he has the best hand. Pistol Pete does decide to call. Couldn't beat much. So we do see a 3-bet here from Donk with the ace-queen offsuit to 1.775 mil. Puts the action back on Pistol Pete. Don't really like Pistol Pete's open here. Yes, he has a king blocker, but it's unsuited and has a very bad kicker. Going to make it look like he has more of a decision than he does. The ace-queen takes that one down. Real Rusty agrees with me, says, did he misclick king 3 off? 2 big blinds down the train. It's okay, he still has 36 big blinds left. Lo and behold, Mephisto has the best hand here yet again. Lucky opening on the button. King 8 offsuit. Mephisto with 2 10s. Probably doesn't want to be playing the guts of 100 big blind flip here. He's probably just going to call, and he does do just that. Turns the best hand with his King 8. Turn is going to go check, check. River's 2 pair. Fisto is going to go for value with his 10s. Will get snapped off by Lucky's 2 pair. Lucky navigating his way to the river. Had the best hand on the turn. Gets a bet out of Mephisto. Mephisto can't believe that his opponent's turning over 2 pair. Don completing his option in the small blind with the Jack 6 offsuit, and the flop is Queen, Queen 5. I like director's t-shirt, by the way. It says, "You lie." Interesting that the director wants to bet this turn. I would have assumed we would see him just check back for pot control, but obviously he wants to deny equity, and that is the name of the no-limit hold'em game. Does show his hand. Just to show the table now. Pistol Pete taking that one down with ace king. I'm not sure what the strategy should be here by the remaining players. We are 2 tables of 5-handed action now, and this plays into Mephisto's strengths. Of course, they all just want to kind of stay away from Mephisto. They want to make this final 9. It's a golden opportunity for Mephisto to accumulate even more chips. He will pick his spots and he will put players to the test, but he doesn't have to go ham. He is in pole position with 10 players remaining now. Do see the raise to 750k here from the ace-4 offsuit. Mephisto min raising with the 9-5 suited on the button. Bit of commotion in the background on this Monday evening now at the King's Resort. Fast approaching 6 p.m. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. One elimination to go before we reach the final 9. The final table of the ZTO main event anniversary edition. Until we have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Fisto 3-bet the 1.65 million. Lucky with the ace-queen offsuit, though. We might see some action here. Donk, who we haven't seen much of yet. He hasn't had to do much, to be fair to him. Hasn't really caught many hands. He does peel the 3-bet, and it is King Queen Deuce. Brumtown Gamer says, got this, no, gone, wow. Wow, gone, no, got this. $1 million is the bet from Mephisto. Lucky won't be going anywhere just yet. Getting amazing odds to see the turn with his ace queen. 5.1 million in the pot, 1 million to call. It looks like Lucky is just going to find out where he's at right here, right now. This doesn't make much sense, if I'm being honest. I don't see him raising a king often here. I don't see him raising a queen often here. Unless this is a hand like Jack 10 of spades with a lot of backdoor equity. This really seems bluffy to me, and that's why you're going to see Mephisto float in position. Grabbing the bull by the horns, if you will. Let's see what happens here. 9.25 million in this pause. We hit the turn. Turn is a 5 of spades. And now Lucky doesn't know what to do. Stack to pot ratio getting close to 1-to-1 here. Mephisto just with ace high. Lucky's going to check. And now, does Mephisto want to check back, or is he going to try go for a bet? Scooching around in his chair makes him look a bit uneasy, not going to lie. But he did say something about his back being sore, has requested a cushion not so long ago. So he is going to bet a small sizing. That's going to be repping hands like king, queen, ace, king. Maybe a hand like Jack 10 suited, Jack 10 in spades. Could have a hand like Jack 9 of spades. Lucky's going to call here. Mephisto's not liking this. We're looking a bit uneasy. Doing a few mouth gestures, whatever that means. Check from Lucky. And now again, it really looks like Lucky was raising on the flop to get information. I don't think he does it with much King X type holdings. The problem is we don't have any King X ourselves. The pot's got too big here. We just need to shove. Does shove. Stellar stuff from Mephisto. And I love it. He's played his hand like he's trying to get some information on the flop from a Queen 10, Queen Jack, Ace Queen type of a holding. Maybe even a weak king here, guys. Like King 9 suited that decided to stick around. King 10, King Jack, although we blocked that. Obviously, he's not going to get his opponent to fold King Queen, but I really don't ever see King Queen raising on this flop. Or kings, or queens, or deuces. He shouldn't have deuces. So it's become a very strange hand. Would like to know what you think about this one in the chat. And I guess that's going to be a highlight hand for me. I'm going to write this one down. Hand 78. Harold van der Molen says that check raise okay. The flop versus a big stack would not be a great line in my opinion. Yeah, I don't like it at all, Harold. Thank you for your comment. I just think it's not a move you want to be making often, especially against a man of Mephisto's caliber. Look, he does fold. Mephisto should show the Jack of Spades, and he does do just that. And it looks like he got there on the river. Jack of Spades is a great show. Not his first rodeo. He's the wrong man to be messing around with. Screwed himself a little bit with that one. I would prefer to make a move like that, Harold, on a flop, or whoever else in the chat, with some more backdoor equity, or not a hand as strong as ace queen. Mephisto with another monster. It really feels like this tournament just wants him to win. With a long, long way to go yet. Eight, 3, 3 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Mephisto should be going for some value now. Playing this one deceptively under the gun against the big blind. Although we are 5-handed. Not exactly under the gun. And Mephisto wants to bet somewhere around 2 to 2.5 million here. Goes for 2.4. And I don't see Lucky folding this one. Looks like he's piecing out calling chips. Mephisto could have a hand that just contains a naked King of Hearts, Ace of Hearts. Mephisto playing that one well. Lucky forced to pay the man. Lucky with 15 bigs behind now. And Mephisto playing 46 million. And now look, he finds himself sub 20 bigs to start the hand and ace queen suited on the button. And he is just going to rip. Mephisto getting out of the way. And I know we are on the final table bubble with a hand as strong as ace queen suited. I would prefer to min raise call this one off. Lucky will take down the blinds and antes. And what I always say on this channel is it's profitable to shove 17 bigs on the button there with aces, but it does not make it optimal. I think it's fine with the pressure, the ICM considerations to just shove with hands like ace jack and ace queen. But against Mephisto and Pistol P, I would be more inclined to be raised calling there instead of just straight up ripping. Neutral says, yep, min raise and shove over Mephisto's 3-bet. Yeah, and he might make it a sizing that makes it just an easier. Back in the day, people wouldn't 3-bet unless they were calling off there when it's 17 bigs to start the hand. But now he could make it a sizing of around 5 to 5.5 bigs and then fold for the additional 12 or 12.5 as the shove. Rip Roar asks, is there anyone short at the other table? I actually couldn't tell you. We do not have any information about the outer tables, just the feature table itself. Director going for the re-jam here from the small blind with ace-10 offsuit. Over the top of Pistol Pete's open. And I like this from Director. You will see some players 3-bet fold this one. I prefer just ram-a-jamming it. With all those chips, put the maximum amount of pressure back on the Pistol Pete. There is a big pay jump between 10th and 9th. So if anyone's giving out about him taking a lot of time here, it's because there's a 1k pay jump. And although it is annoying, he is entitled to do so. He's checking on the outer table. It would indicate to me that there's a very short stack on and out on the outer table. I was going to say on a outer table, but of course there is only one other table involved, which is also playing 5-handed. It is hand for hand, and I do agree with some of the comments coming in the chat. He can obviously see something that we can't. Of course, he is going to fold. I think it is a bit excessive now, taking 3 minutes, not going to lie. Got to say what I see. We do see Lucky going all in over the top, and if you thought Pistol Pete was taking a while with the previous hand, he's most likely going to tank for a similar length of time before folding this one also. This is 13 big blinds total, and they are playing 5-handed. If Pistol P had more chips here, he might just call Lucky. Lucky going to be a bit browned off from losing a few pots, especially that hand with the ace queen. Well, this is a big adjustment here from Lucky. Rejamming with a hand like Queen 9 suited. This just affects Pistol Pete's stack too much if he calls and loses here. Even if he thinks Lucky is going to be rejamming relatively light, he's still going to be forced to fold ace 8 suited. Will eventually let it go. That's a big pickup there for Lucky, uncontested with the Queen 9 of clubs. Don't graze into 850. I don't know if it's a good shove, by the way, with the Queen 9 suited. He just knows Pistol P is capable of raise folding there. And he's decided to take the spot. Speaking of which, there is a raise and a 3-bet in front of Pistol P, but I feel like pocket 10's going to be too strong here. I always say this seems like a jacks plus type of a situation, but you're going to have to go a pip lower when we are 5-handed. I could get behind folding 7s, 8s, and 9s, but for me, pocket 10's is just going to be too much hand. Interesting to see what you think he should do with pocket 10's here in the chat. Director can be 3-betting 2.2 million and folding to a jam from Pistol P. Does have 18 bigs total. It's not going to be too often that Director will be 3-bet folding. Donk has been quiet as well. Wouldn't be shocked to see Pistol P put the 2 10s in the muck here. Looks like he is. What's he do? Looked like he was about to show his hand. He's made a very tight fold. Could definitely fold 8s or 9s there. Maybe 10s is just a fold sub 20 bigs with limited amount of fold equity. I'm definitely going with jacks plus. So don't call me Action Man Dan for nothing. I'm always leaning on the side of action more so than these nitty folds. It is a very tight fold, but it could be the right one. If there wasn't an open from the Jack 10 and it was just Ace King, obviously Pistol Pete is going to go with the 2 10s. Lucky in the cutoff. Lets it go. Mephisto, Ace King. Pistol Pete might rejam this because Mephisto is going to be opening super wide, or at least he should be, on the button here, on the FT bubble, all the chips. This seems like a really good spot to rejam for the pistol. There is a 1K pay jump. We have seen Pistol Pete being playing a bit cagey there earlier on as well, even with jacks, before he stacked off. But this could be the exit of Pistol Pete because he's essentially committing himself here with the ace-4 suited. Mephisto puts them all in. And we are hand for hand. Maybe he wants to try, see if the hand is finished on the outer table before calling the rest of his chipolatas. Looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to Pistol Pete. He does have 30% equity. Never say never. It ain't over yet. He is having a look at the outer table. Mephisto. His face says it all. So much mischief behind those cheeks. Now, again, it's getting a bit ridiculous. Ridiculous. And has Pistol Pete folded? I don't believe what I'm seeing there. I presumed he'd put in 3/4 of his stack with the intention of calling off. But it looks like he is going to secure that pay jump of €1,000. Maybe he's under a lot of pressure financially or something like that. I don't like to talk too much about them things, but we have seen some scared play from him. The money obviously meaning a lot at this particular moment in time for Pistol Pete. He is going to fold. That's the only way I can make heads or tails of that one. I'm going on a break. I've got some turkey to attend to. We're coming back with the final table of the ZTO main event anniversary edition. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Let me ask you something. You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
Fourth or fifth time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato? I'm like, is that the love child of...
Yes, exactly. That's
Dimitro.
precisely what happened is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
So, 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5-bet behind his 3-bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37 and a half to see what's what. I
Yeah.
don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposato
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not
King,
as though we
wow.
can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there,
tightest
Ali,
fold for
and
the day.
Yes.
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or
They're
put them to
not like
bed.
I
They're
will
not as
open,
useful in the
9
chamber as they
suited.
are sprayed onto the
That's
battlefield.
right.
That's
right.
value of money. I will not open it.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here, being looked at by Vaituliones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus two kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cutoff open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace-king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposado isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaituliones arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
Like this, no? Oh, really?
Even though there are those lulls,
I heard
the authenticity with which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having picked up hands such as this. Pocket kings, huge, big coolers, and just fight and get gritty and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true, and I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand,
Oh, right.
you know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with ace-jack there versus this Suda
I
open.
was thinking about
That's a
barrels
very
of 5%
interesting,
action, and I don't want to,
very
so
disciplined
I
fold.
will-
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with ace-queen in the big if we're
Like, it's also
by
started
Leonis.
December, almost the same day.
This is almost
I
always
checked,
going to be a
it's
pure call
impossible to
versus
play
under the
both
gun.
hands. Like, if you want to play
Especially he
double
hasn't been
teammate,
here
but
to
also
see
25K, it's
some of the
impossible.
showdowns
Except
from
maybe one of the
Stetsura,
plan was to go to 25K.
which
Yeah.
may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I
Not gonna be
wasn't
on
thinking
time.
he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do
Even if
poorly
you
on
don't
an
make
ace
the
8-8
two, it's
board.
still
Checking
not
over to
fair.
Stetsuda, a snap flick of
I love
5K.
that bet.
Did he just
Don't care about the size or anything. Just the mannerisms of that bet is the best. But that's why I found the ace-jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but
I'll try
you know, he had seen some of these showdowns, the ace-10, the 9-6.
Okay.
Perhaps you might want to consider
Ah,
getting in the mix there.
There's
Yeah. fair?
this BSOP?
BSOP, yeah.
No hesitation
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
out of
I wonder
the
who
ace
Yeah,
queen
this is gonna be
to
some
get
big
into the
event.
mix, playing it as a check raise. Is
I don't
this
know. It's
hazardous?
still gonna be not so
No, this is very nice. Obviously, his best ace on paired boards such as this.
So it's
Again,
confirmed you're
big
gonna go
blind is kind of incentivized to play a little
I
bit
will
more
play
aggressively.
staked.
Now, of course, he does have to run
Yeah, makes sense.
the risk of being against ace
Yeah,
king,
I wonder
but
who will go there, you know. We'll
that's
see.
just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
Not an easy field.
I hope they're not gonna call it.
Probably it's gonna be a lot of Brazilian good regs. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors.
But when I was looking at the program, I
often
didn't notice there was
utilized.
tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty clear
I
continue
booked there
for at
because
least one
during
more with kings.
November, like there is nothing to play the second half in Vegas.
I know, yeah. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later.
If
go
I
to
knew,
Las
I
Vegas.
would have gone to Miami. Yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra
Probably
7K
WPT.
contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It
versus
seems
the
like
check
he's
raise.
cutting out raising chips.
Now, this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think
Yeah.
you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition,
Right.
rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by
Yeah.
Vaitulionis, the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold, and then found the click, and that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsura lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsuda pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah. I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's your stack.
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. Okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
shaking on. I'll be the anti-cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there. How
Ooh.
much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If it
up
was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real cabrera.
It's
would
gonna
never
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
it's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. If you're just tuning in, it's the ZTO Anniversary Edition. Main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I am your broadcaster, Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit for the duration of this one. Have you all calmed down after those crazy scenes before the break? I understand. If you're still gathering your bearings together. 9 players remain. We have reached the FT, and that means all players remaining. Guaranteed a nice chunk of change. €4,734 to be precise. Pistol Pete is all in. Mephisto with King Queen. Pistol Pete with pocket 8s. 6 million in this pot. And this could be the exit of Pistol Pete, but he is 60-40 for his tournament life. And he has the better equity and 100% now after that flop of 8-5-3. We'll be playing 15 bigs now. Average stack is close to 40 big blinds. Let's not forget just how much chips Mephisto has. That would have put him over 50 million, but it's okay. There you have it, 118 bigs, 33% of all the chips in play, 47 million, Director in second place. Eyal Ben Simon with 38 bigs. In third, Pascal with 35. Donk with 33. Stefan Zruska with 30. Fex with 17. Pistol Pete with 15. And Lucky 13 is your shortest stack with 14 bigs. Wasn't expecting to see Stefan Druska. What a final table this is, by the way, if you're a regular of the King's Resort channel on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Welcome. Good evening if you're new. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. You can find out all the additional information about this resort on the website, kingsresort.com. Do you see Mephisto opening, and he's going to be opening super wide. Case in point, 7-6 offsuit. Lucky stuffs it on him from the hijack with ace-queen offsuit. Oh, Mephisto quickly releases. Nice pickup there for Lucky, now playing 7.4 million. I suppose the strategy for the 9 remaining players would be to not get too involved with Mephisto. For the 8 remaining players that aren't Mephisto, not to be getting involved with him. Let him do a lot of the work. There's a 15 big blind stack, a 14 big blind stack that they don't want to get eliminated before. I'm on about the middling stacks of the pack. And there is a lot at stake. 5 tickets for the WSOP, worth 10k a pop. 63,000 for the winner. It is all to play for here. Hope you're all keeping well on this Monday evening. And Lucky going to shove again. And I think Mephisto is going to be folding this one. Lucky shoves on him again. But let's not forget Mephisto raised from under the gun +1. Best Mephisto can hope for here is a coin flip situation. And even if he's in a flipping kind of a humor, it's a chunk of change. 7.4 million total. Does decide to flick it in. We'll still be playing 100 bigs, but this will be quite a hit to his stack. Not in the grand scheme of things, but there is 15.8 million in this pot. Lucky definitely wanted to take this one down uncontested. 42% equity nonetheless. Big hand for the scope of this final table. 1 million chips are in play. They're the yellow chips you see in front of the players. Here we go. King, queen, queen. Lucky now actually has more equity. 48% as we hit the turn. Mephisto still with the best hand. Is a 5 of spades, and that changes things. Mephisto now is 70-30 favourite to eliminate Lucky in 9th place. It is an 8. Mephisto feeling lucky, and why not? He's going to be playing almost 140 big blinds now. I thought we might see him fold 8s, but perhaps 8's just a bit too strong. Would have seen him fold 5s, 6s, and 7s. 8's right on the borderline. Does decide to call. Got to gamble to win sometimes. We do see Lucky bow out in 9th place. Unlucky on this occasion. 8 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,050. And Mephisto, nearly 40% of all the chips in play now, 8-handed. Director, the closest to him with 54. Then Yal with 40. Donk with 33. Pascal with 33. Stefan Druska with 27. If he gets a stack going, he could be a force to be reckoned with as well. Never count that man out. Fex with 16 and Pistol Pete with 13. Stefan Druska and Mephisto, the two hot shots left in the field. Actually, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. I knew Eyal Ben Simmons' name, and I knew he'd had some scores, but I didn't realize he had 1.1 million best live cash of $250,000. So he is also a hot shot left in the field. My apologies. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody. Did I see the video of the man being eaten by a humpback whale? Apocalypse asks. I did not. Although, did he spit him back out or something? I think I've seen something about it somewhere, perhaps on X. Stefan Druska with jacks. Donk defending. And we'll call with some backdoors. Double pair board now. Stefan is going to go for the second barrel. Takes it down. Stefan now over 12 million in chips, which is good for over 30 big blinds. Donk going to get that one through. Shoving over the top of Yal. Argonaut says he's seen that one had never gone to the ocean. He'd spat him back out quickly. Says Apocalypse throat isn't big enough to swallow a human. Laurie said she can't wait to go swimming with them again. Monster for Pistol Pete is just going to shove 13 bigs. Don't mind shoving 13 bigs. If of any more, I definitely want to be raised calling. Too much value to be had from getting the blinds to come along for the ride or getting lesser hands to rejam or get involved at some capacity. Pistol Pete will just take that one down. Monsieur says that man was George Costanza. Yes, of course, the fictional character from Seinfeld. I believe I seen him in Curb Your Enthusiasm as well. Amazing show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. And here we go. Fex shoving from the button. Pretty big shove, to be honest. Not a fan of Fex's shove here with pocket trees in the slightest, but does find himself in a coin flip situation for his tournament life. And Pascal Roumier with the ace queen. Big flip for both players involved. Fex is on his feet. Six, 4, 4 is the flop. Fex is still ahead. 8 outs to fade as we hit the turn. Turn is a deuce. Brings him one step closer. Just shy of 12 million in this pot. What a moment this is for Fex. Can he fade the river? It is a king. Sit back down, Fex. $142 blinds for Mephisto. Director with 51, Yal with 36, Donk with 33, Vex with 30, and Stefan Druska with 30. They're all very closely bunched in the middle of the pack. And then Pascal now with 18 bigs after that. Loss and Pistol Pete with 15 bigs is in last place, but still in contention. Mephisto staying active here with the Queen 10 offsuit. We could see some action here because Pascal, pair and a flush draw. Defending from the big with the Jack 7 of diamonds. Mephisto with top pair. And Pascal's raised, and I'd be looking for that all-in triangle. Might just want to run it. Sometimes we might just call here, but I think we just want to get it in. Visto will be happy to see that he is somewhat in the lead, somewhat behind slightly. Basically a post-flop coin flip for Pascal's tournament life. Quite a large pot here, 16.5 million. Not anymore. Turn card is the 9 of diamonds. Mephisto can no longer win. Pascal gets a huge double up. Now playing basically 42 big blinds. Buckle says one more thing you can watch, Dan. Stephanie Vaquer winning the title on NXT. Do I watch that on YouTube or something? I presume it's wrestling related. Wrestling. This might be on there, definitely on Netflix. What title is it? I'll Google it in my own time. Sounds interesting. Pistol Pete. Rips with pocket trees. Round the donk in the big blind. I think this is going to be a bit of a stretch, even if we do have a nice suited Purdy hand in the big. Does let it go. Pistol Pete now playing 6 million, which is good for 15 big blinds. The blinds are now 200, 400, 400. That's 200 small blind, 400 big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. 10-10 3 is the flop. The women's North American title, Apocalypse says she beat Fallon Henley. I'll give it a go at some point. I have a few things on that list. Squid Game is on Netflix is first for me. I think the season 2. We've our own Squid Game developing here. Still 8-handed. There can only be one winner. All guaranteed. €6,050 currently. Chasing that first prize of €63,000. Yeah, I might bet this now on the Jack 479. Decides to just check it back. Actually, it's just a standard check back on the turn. Don't know what I'm thinking of. Director checks. Yeah, happy to take that one down. Now playing 16.3 million. 41 big blinds. Pascal raised the 1.1 million. Mephisto's going to 3-bet this one. 9-8 suited. Bit of a rogue 3-bet this one. From an under the gun +1. Open. Pascal probably just 4-bet rips. Or 4-bet commits. Yeah. I don't like that combination from Mephisto. Yes, he wants to stay active. Yes, it's his world and everyone has to live in it. But I just think those kind of combinations from early position against early position, just want to put it in the muck. Or occasionally you might want to call from later position to try see a flop. It's going to play better. I would prefer to 3-bet with some blocker capabilities. And it is 250k, 500k, 500k now. That's 250,000 small blind, 500,000 big blind with a 500,000 running big blind ante. Now we might see another all-in and call here. Fex with 2 overcards, no flush draw. I believe Mephisto is going to play this as a check jam. Fex with 15 bigs behind. Could just call. But I predict we will see him just play for it all right here, right now. There you go. Fex going to call. We've seen him rejam pre earlier with 3s, which would indicate to me that he's not too ICM savvy. And it is the 8 of hearts on the turn. Huge, huge hand for Fex. And Mephisto takes another hit. And suddenly isn't as much of the dominating force that he once was. Still is going to be the chip leader playing almost 70 bigs. But it's a whole different ball game now. That's going to hurt Mephisto. Takes 2 big hits in rapid succession. And Fex is chirpy chips and happy hands trying to scoop the booty before it's even counted. Game on. And Donk is going to open with pocket sevens, and Pistol Pete's going to fold. We are 3 eliminations away from that 10k ticket as well. Has to be taken into consideration. Mephisto's going to lead on the turn here on the 5-8-4-7. This one going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from under the gun. And he is going to raise here, Donk. And this makes absolutely no sense to me. Checks back flop, raising turn. Mephisto has all the 6x. Donk shouldn't have any 6x. Although maybe Donk decides to check back a set and raise the turn to get his opponent to fold a spade draw or a straight draw. I can't make much sense of this, I'm not going to lie. Don't see Mephisto folding top pair with a king kicker on the turn. But he gives a lot of respect to Donk here. Donk repping huge. I just don't see how he can rep an overpair there. I don't know what you think about that one. Let me know in the chat. Richie says Pistol Pete regular at the FT. Yes. I think you missed some absolute scenes on the FT bubble there, Richie. To tell you the truth. I don't understand there from Mephisto. I thought we would see him complete and see what happens on the river. Snap checks the flop. Snap raises the turn. Apo Poker says, we already have an Apo Poker in here. Apocalypse has a rival. could have a straight draw. I would have liked to see Mephisto make a play there. Call. See what happens on the river. Maybe just stick his opponent in. I don't think he can have any 6x raising from under the gun there. Call me crazy. Perhaps he's repping a set. I just don't know. He raised pretty quick as well. Director takes that one down. Yeah, lets it go. Julie says, had to eat, went to my mom's house to meet the buyers for her house. She's going to a nursing home, so have to sell her apartment. Tough times. Sorry to hear that, Richie. Julie says she's 88. Well, that's a great age. Something to celebrate. What you missed was you missed a raise from the button from Mephisto when we were on the final table bubble. Pistol Pete put in three quarters of his stack and left himself with 6.3 big blinds behind with ace 4 of hearts, and then folded to the jam from Mephisto. Does still find himself in contention with 15 bigs. He was fairly fixated on getting that pay jump between 10th and 9th. And Seki says, did 40 big blind fold 7-7 the hand before? Yes, I think so. Sevens for Donk here in the hijack. Stefan, who always looks tired. Such a phenomenal grinder. We'll call with the King 10 offsuit. Donk bets 500k. Top 2 for Stefan. Does he raise or just call? Just call. Turn is the 4 clubs. Checks. Donk looks like he's loading up. Quite a small sizing though. 1.6 million. And the river is the 8 of clubs. Stefan checks. Donk checks it back. Looks like he's a bit hesitant, a bit unsure of himself. Stefan takes down decent sized pot and is now playing 14 million, 28 big blinds. So Donk with a min raise here with Jack 10 offsuit. Vex calling with the 9s. Director with a monster kings. 3.5 million. Donk raised to 1.2 million with the 9-7 suited. Also, Bit of a big open here, or loose open, I should say. Yal with ace queen. Does he want a 3-bet or just call? I think call is the superior play, and he does do just that. That was a tight fold from the 9s, by the way. I just think you have to fold there with the pressure to 3.5 million. Could have dissected that a bit more. Queen Jack 8 is the flop, and Director going to bet 1.5 mil with top pair. Yal with the best of it. Donk looks like he's raising. I don't understand this. Bit perplexed by this one. That might get Yal to fold a hand as strong as ace queen here. This is a bit of a topsy-turvy sort of a hand. I thought Donk was just check folding, especially on this board. And look at the strength of that raise to 3.5 million. Looks so strong. Director's going to call. Turn is the king of diamonds, and that's an action killer here for both players. Or sorry, for Donk anyway. For Director, saying it's an action killer. He does have 2 pair, but the straight comes in and the flush comes in. It's not ideal. I think we need to bet though. We need to bet something around 3.5, 4 million, maybe even 4.5. Goes for 4. Donk lets it go. Donk's playing very strange poker, and he looks frustrated, and I can't blame him. Lost a lot of chips. Did come into the final table with 13.3 million. Space Pirate says Donk being Donk. Can't disagree with you there. Got to remember, a lot of amateurs playing these €250 buy-ins now. It is a star-studded final table with some big names in the mix. The cream does rise to the top with these structures, even if it was a field size of 1,897. Donk just seems like he is swinging from the hips. Shoves 18 big blinds. Don't try this one at home with just a baby pair into 7 players. Of course, you're going to take down the blinds and antes the majority of the time. Does not make it the right decision. Not many pros playing €250 events, but you've got Stefan Druska, Mephisto. Say what you want about Pistol Pete, but this isn't his first rodeo either. You've got Yal. That's nearly half the final table. Yal up over $1 million in tournament live earnings, or live winnings. Pascal, the rascal, takes that one down with the aces, uncontested. There's the update of the chip counts. Donk and Pistol Pete, the only two players under 20 bigs, and Stefan Druska with 28, Yal with 35, Pascal with 37, Fex with 39, Mephisto with 59, and Director with 61. One double up will change anything. It's anybody's game. Director has overtaken Mephisto as the chip leader. You see Mephisto opening from the hijack. And Yal going to 3-bet to 2.7 million here on the button. And I'd say Mephisto has to let this go unless he has other ideas. We'll call here if it was suited the majority of the time. Talking to each other. They obviously know each other's game very well. Yeah, looking so calm, confident, composed, collected. does decide to 4-bet to 6.25 million. And I don't think Yal is going to be folding. I expected to see Mephisto 4-bet rip more so than just 4-bet. Especially when he is out of position. I would expect to see Yal 5-bet rip this one. This is a pricey and spicy 4-bet. I just don't see it working against this exact opponent. However, they were talking to each other. Looks like he's just going to call. Wow. It's because it's only 3.5 million more. This is what I'm saying. If you want to try to take this one down pre, do you not make it more? Sizing, clicking it back, like repping a massive hand. But would he really do that with 8 players remaining in this field? On the 8-7-7, Mephisto better off just ripping here, I think. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-1. Decides to go for the tiniest of bets here, 2.5 million. He is putting Yal to the test. I just don't know if Yal believes this story that Mephisto is telling. It does work. Yal forced to let it go with the ace queen. Mephisto repping a super strong hand, getting that one through. And Yal still looks like a non-believer, but he did have to fold his hand. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Big boy moves from Mephisto. I would prefer to see him just rip pre. Take that 5-bet rip away from your opponent. This guy is playing well indeed. What an action-packed hand that was. And Fex with the option of 4-bet ripping there. Just deciding to call in position. I think I prefer to stack off with a hand as strong as Ace-King against Director in this exact scenario. Does have the dominating hand in position. Who's Queen 4-4. I feel like Fex is playing his emotions on his sleeves here. Wants to keep his cards closer to his chest. Calling very quickly there. Double paired board now. Check from Director. This one's just going to go check, check nearly all the time. Does check it back. River is the Jack of Spades. This one is going to go to Splitsville. They will chop it up. Three-way action here. Donk raising to 1.1 million, just 14 bigs back. Director calling on the button with ace deuce suited. Pistol Pete going to call on the big with jack 10 suited. Flop is king jack 4. Turn is the 7 of spades. Pistol Pete shoving. Donk should probably be calling this for less than 4 bigs, but because it's on the turn now, he decides to get away from it. Pistol Pete's going to win a nice pot. Back to 12 big blinds. Pistol Pete with a very easy rejam here, one would think, against the hijack open from Fex. Is taking a very long time here. Oh, would he expecting him to get this in? It's just going to be too strong of a hand off this stack depth. For Pete's sake. I've been waiting all day to say that. Does stick it in and think of Ireland eventually. And is just going to be taking this one down. Pistol Pete will take that one down. Director betting 500k here. Mephisto is going to call. Interesting turn card. King 7, 8, 6, nearly 4 million in the pot. As Rip Roar says, I get taking the time to think about it, but it's somewhat gratuitous. Jokes on us, though. He's playing. We're chatting. $1.5 million is the bet there from Director. Let's see what Mephisto wants to do. Can call with the open ender, but he does have the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. There are 2 spades on board. Interesting decision here for Mephisto. One would think his hand is a little bit too strong to just fold right here, right now for this sizing. So he does call. River comes with 5. Mephisto with the best of it now. Now he hits back with a 1.5 million jab of his own. Mephisto will win that one. Tussling and wrestling going on. Still 8-handed. Crystal Pete. Min raises in the cutoff with deuces. Not the biggest fan of this either. These little baby pairs just don't play too well off sub 15, 16 bigs. Start the hand as a steal. You want to be ripping these ones, and deuce is going to be way too wide to rip. Even if we are one of the shorter stacks, Donk just wants to be rejamming this one all day from the big. Looks like that's exactly what he's about to do. He will take that one down. I don't know why we are flipping coins. How do I reach these keys? Apocalypse says, heads I'll fold, tails I'll fold a bit slower. Rip Roar says, great South Park reference. Thank you very much. Some people get it, some people don't. I am a big South Park fan. It's Always Sunny. Father Ted. UFC. Comedy. DJing. And all things polka. Fex is going to complete in the big. Mephisto min raising with the fives. 9, 7, 6. 2 diamonds. Yodako says, I will flip a coin to know if I even flip a coin. Sometimes it just really feels nice to flip a coin. Walker says, when does the comedy start? My comedy career is over, man. Just not that good of a comedian if you want to know the truth. Don't you get it, man? Fish sticks. Another South Park reference. Feck's going to bet 1.1 million. And Mephisto probably nearly wants to call for that sizing, but fives facing a 7, a 6, a 9, a jack. Out there. Going to be forced to let this one go. Kanye never got over the fish sticks joke. No. Come on, man. It's funny. Just get it. Yoda says the decision was so obvious. It would have been enough to flip a coin. Like I said, if he's still getting such a good price there, he might just call. He does call. Gets the bad news. I think it's still a bit of a stretch to be calling with fives there. You can beat some 8x and some random bluffs, I suppose. You're getting fantastic odds. Maybe he just wants to call to see what his opponent has. Perhaps try to pick up a live read. Does have a pair after all. Director taking that one down. And I believe we will have one more hand before the break. I'm going to go eat the second half of my dinner. It's now or never. And after the break, we will have the word of the day, which apparently won't be the word will. Will you calm down? Ten-9 suited, opens to 1.1 mil. Feck's going to call on the button. Stefan, Queen 10 offsuit, comes along for the ride. Ace Jack Deuce is the flop. Stefan's been very quiet. Hasn't been able to do much, but he's just so good at navigating his way through any field. Case in point, takes down a nice pot there. Once the flop gets checked through, seizes the opportunity on the turn. That's going to bring us to the guts of a 15-minute break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when he see a couple of balls. He likes to do that. Sometimes he will wake up with a hand.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All in,
here is
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has
in.
the flush draw.
Like online.
It works as long as it
Online
works.
is just
Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet.
10 bullets.
100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings, right?
First trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of diamonds.
And you played like we heard about before. Keep the aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against two-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes.
Yes.
So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
You're right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while and then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit two pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line is not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is still 4-10 on the river. But I still go, you know?
Right?
Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Ooh, now we're playing
with the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
Have a best hand. Right?
1200.
Isildur, ace queen. After 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
How much you playing?
Turn 9.
Victor just hoping this goes check. I'm curious if Volkic is going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel like your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Still 8-handed here. Yal raising to 1.2 million off 16 bigs. Blinds have gone up, of course. 300k is now the small blind. 600k is now the big blind with a 600k running big blind ante. If you are just tuning in, you're watching the ZTO Anniversary Edition. They're playing for over 60 G's for the winner. And let's not forget about the 5 tickets up for grabs for the WSOP. Seeing some action-packed hands before the break. Lots more action to come. Vex just calling with the ace queen. Mephisto, I was going to say, should probably just be letting this one go, but decides to flick it in because he's the chip leader. He has regained the chip lead, and he does have trips now on the turn. Did lose some big boy pots in the opening proceedings of this final table. Yal now with a good shot straight draw. Gets out of there in record time. Vex now with ace queen. Not really his board. Expect to see him let this one go as well. Space Pirate wants to know how this guy hits everything. Well, he lost some huge all-ins to the point where he would have had, I honestly think it could have been close to 100 million chips. Sure, he lost 2 or 3 pots with the guts of 20 million in them each. Something around that area. Maybe I'm a little bit exaggerating there, but it was a 20 odd million pot, and then he lost one that was about 15, 16, 17 mil. Apocalypse, is that a YL or a YI? Is it Yisomania, or how the hell is it pronounced? Before I go making a fool out of myself. So, YLSSA Mania. Yilsamania. Yilsamania. The irrational fear that someone you know is angry at you, that as soon as you wander into the room, you'll be faced with a barrage of questions that gradually escalates into a frenzy of outrage for reasons that you don't understand. Pistol Pete taking that one down with ace queen. We've got action, fellers. Stefan min raising. Pascal 3-betting. Donk reshipping. And Druska's just going to be getting out of the way here. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Pascal with the ace-queen. Donk with the ace-king suited. 16.5 million in this pot. Big pot poker for both players involved. Ten, 3, deuce is the flop. Turn is the 4 of spades. Donk sitting pretty here as we hit the river. Lady or a 5 needed for a chop. Is the king of diamonds. Pascal forced to pay the man big. Double up for Donk. Puts Pascal down around the 15 big blind zone. We do see Yal getting it all in here with Director. Yal with the best of it. %63 equity. Big hand for both players involved. Here comes the flop. Oh, it's an ace. That is nasty stuff for Yal. Ben Simon. Turn is the 9 of spades. River is the 6 of diamonds, and that's going to give Director a full house, and we are going to lose the most accomplished player left in the field. Over $1 million in total live winnings, earnings, whatever you want to call it, on his hen and mob. Bows out in 8th place, and that leaves us with 7 players remaining now. So he will take home €6,050 for his efforts, and 7 remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €8,550. So 7 players remaining, all guaranteed €8,550. 2 eliminations away from the 10K with WSOP tickets being allocated to first, second, third, fourth, and fifth finishers in this event. Some big boy pay jumps now to deal with in the meantime. Pressure's on. ICM considerations are mounting. Pistol Pete going to be rejamming this one. Ace Queen suited. Looks like he's going to take it down as well. If he's still going to get out of the way with just 4 high, albeit suited. Don't like Fex's call here in the hijack as well, by the way. Way too loosey-goosey. Especially against the likes of Mephisto, is going to put maximum amount of pressure on you post-flop, even if you are in position. Does take that one down. Kings for effects. Just going to take that one down. Mephisto defending with the 8-4 suited. C-bet's going to take that away. Take it away. Effects opens. Pascal re-jamming with the Jeffries, taking it down. Ace-9 off, would not open. Well, he's got the blocker. Always have to fold against the shoves. It's okay to have some raised folds. I see what you're saying. Director taking out the blinds and antes with the Ace-3 suited. Pascal raised to 1.4 million with the Queen Jack suited. Pascal goes for a raise of 1.6. Now, Mephisto has a lot of equity here, raising under the gun one. Fex calling in the cutoff. King 10, 6-5. He's going to bet 2.1 million here on the turn. And I would have expected Fex to fold here, but that's not folding chips. Dems are calling chips. Needs to be careful here. Fisto's just going to blow him off this hand the majority of the time, especially when he hits that ace on the river, giving him the nuts. Fisto deciding how much he could get paid here from a two-pair type holding. Mephisto deciding that his opponent is going to have a big hand here. Usually two pair on that river, like a hand like ace 10, king 10. Wants to get paid by a big hand that Fex could have, and therefore is going for nearly pot. I was going to say we might see him go for about 3/4 pot, and that's pretty much in or around 3/4 pot. He's actually gone close to pot. And Fex really is just saving face at this point. Can't see him calling with sevens. I see Space Pirate saying the nutters you should check, but you're running the risk of him checking back with a hand he might call with. I don't really know. It looks like he wants the hero call here for some reason. I can't see any way he could even... Mephisto could be turning a 10 into a bluff for starters. That's why eventually you're going to see Fex let it go. Mephisto back to his big pair ways. Has got the aces here. Min raising. Fex is going to call. Fex seems like he just wants to get involved, and perhaps that shows his inexperience. I don't know. Maybe he's a beast, but we are seeing him wanting to get involved in hands where he should just be getting out of the way. Now, I'm not saying that Jack 10 suited should go in the muck here, but he's got to be very careful with his stack size, his position, where he is in chips in relation to his opponents, and a small matter of that 10k ticket up for grabs. Pascal has hit top pair. Fex has top pair, but it is Mephisto with the aces. And they all just snap check. Nobody knows nothing about nobody. Pascal West 3.7 million. Now Mephisto raises to 11.9. And now Fex moves all in over the top. What the hell has happened here? Riproar says Pete is loving this. Yes, exactly. Oh, wow. You got to feel for Fex here because he's got one of the best hands to see a flop with pre. And he still has 24% equity. Turns his hand over like he's got the nuts. Oh, he's... You can tell he's nervous. Can't look. This guy is like a Twitch pigeon. Eight outs. He can't sit still. We've all been there. This is unbelievable. Oh my God, he gets there. Wow. Was not expecting that to come on the river. The club's rolling off. Wow. The thing about that is there's nothing Mephisto could do. They were getting it all in. The hands played themselves. But perhaps you could make an argument for folding on the turn there, guys, with Jack 10. You've got top pair and a flush draw, but there's significant action behind. I actually think you could just fold. The kid obviously wanting to play for it all. The excitement now, 45 million chips. Sorry, 26.8 million, 45 big blinds. Incredible stuff. What I meant was he was twitching like a bird, Apocalypse. He could barely contain himself in his seat. Turn's going to go check, check as well. The river is the 7 of spades. Fisto with the best of it. Just be hoping to get to showdown, I would imagine. Does go check a checker. Mephisto will take that one down. ISO says his hat's on backwards, maybe he twisted his cranium in the process. Jack Troll says, is this guy on crack? Well, you see, lights, camera, action, the pressure, the adrenaline, the dopamine, the excitement, the atmosphere. And that's all before I've mentioned how much money they're playing for. Revel in it, buddy. You might never be here again. You might be here next week. So hard to get through a field of over 1,800 runners. And I love a scrappy underdog. You all know that. Mephisto, though, has taken 3 hits now. 3 substantial hits and still finds himself with almost 40 million. Incredible. A testament to how great this player is. Now, obviously, he has been getting hit with the deck for a lot of the day, but he's took 3 massive all-ins, gone in the other direction, and still finds himself as your chip leader. Marginally to director here. Less than 10 big separating the two. Then Fex now in 3rd place, launching himself on a rocket ship up to 43 big blinds. Donk with 23. Stefan Druska, who hasn't had anything go his way really, still in contention with 20 bigs. Pistol Pete still there with 13 and Pascal with 13. This is all to play for. Where else would you get this kind of action on a Monday night? It's all taking place under one roof, of course. It's all happening live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 7 players remaining. 8,550 is the current payout. Next payout will be 11,200 euros. So you see the difference between 7th and 6th. Beck's taking it down. Donk raised to 1.3 million. Ace King suited. Director going to defend in the big. That one happening very quick. The Ace King taking it down. Vex staying active. Got a lot of chips to work with now. Just has to be careful who he's raising into. Stefan wants to see a flop with the 8-7. Goes heads up against Vex's 5-4 of hearts. Vex betting 1.8 million. Does have a weird sort of an open ender. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Check, check goes the turn. River is the 6 of hearts. This is a big puff for Stefan to take it down. Does he want to go for a blockerish type sizing, or is he happy to try get the showdown? Does check. Perhaps he's trying to induce a small bluffing bet from Vex. I don't know if he's going to check fold. Diamonds miss, spades miss. Unlikely your opponent has a 6. Oh, you can tell he's hesitant. I feel like that was a dead giveaway the way he bet that 2 million. And I think Stefan's going to sniff this one out for this sizing. He's just too good of a player. Be shocked to see him fold. Too many missed draws out there. 9.1 million in the pot. 2 million to call. If Vex wanted to get the job done, he would need to go for an extremely large sizing. Possibly closer just to an all-in. Stack to pot ratio about 1-to-1. Vex, in my opinion, has made this a dead giveaway. The way he moved his hands, the way he looked at his chips, the way he bet the 2 million. Stefan is a very good reader of the game. And it's a big decision here for Stefan because the size of the pot indicates call, but to call and get this wrong puts him down close to 10 bigs. But to call and get this right essentially doubles him up. Stefan does look tired, but he always looks tired. He just can't afford to get this decision wrong. That's why he's taking his time. Obviously he loses to any 6, any 10, any jack. Some other pairs, even some over pairs check that turn. But he can beat hands even like King Queen that didn't barrel on the turn, decided to check back. Some random bluffs. And that's why you're going to see him make the call. Fex probably doesn't even want to show 5 high. Does show it. Looks a bit disappointed with himself. He'll regroup, as he has done many times. This is going to be a huge learning experience for Fex. I kind of like this kid. But if you want to get a man of Stefan Druska's caliber to fold a decent hand there, you want to be putting maximum amount of pressure on the fella. Now, I will say an all-in almost looks weaker than that small sizing. It looks so milky. And that's why Druska thought about it for ages, because he doesn't expect his opponent to be bluffing that sizing too often. And that's why otherwise you would see him call quicker. Dog raised to 1.3 million with the King Queen of Diamonds in the hijack. Fex with Ace King suited in the cutoff. Monster. Makes it 4 million to go. Druska. This guy's gaining traction, I'm telling you. Where the lady, where the lady? There's a king and a queen in Donk's hand. That you would imagine is going into the muck, because Stefan is going to be 4-bet ripping here pretty much all of the time. Don't think he can make it like 9 million of his 17. 3 bets to 4 mil. Stefan just has to jam. Patience is a very underrated attribute in poker. Stefan Druska has tons of it. He's been very patient at this final table so far. He's about to go heads up for a huge flip and a huge pot. Again, Druska taking his time. Pistol Pete loving life, by the way. Let's not forget he folded and had 6.3 bigs coming to this FT after committing himself with about 3/4 of his chips. Donk does not look to be having a good time here today. Doesn't look like a happy chappy. Fex going to call. And it is queens against the ace king. Huge pot for both players involved. And indeed, Fex is on his feet. Sit back down, Fex. Stand back up, Fex. Sit back down, Fex. You can do whatever you want, but your heart's not going to stop beating just yet, buddy. Jack 10-7 is the flop. Fex needing an ace or a king. 37.3 million in this pot. Turn is the 9 of hearts. And the river. Oh, it's an ace. Oh my God. What a moment this is for Fex. I love Stefan Druska, one of my favorite players to commentate at Kings, but this moment belongs to Fex. It's just another day at the office for Stefan Druska, but this kid is now got 40 million in chips. And is not afraid to come swinging. We do say goodbye to the super talented Stefan Druska. There's Musa on the rail. Straight to the bar, lads. Ace on the river. Seals the deal and delivers the final blow to Stefan Druska. Better watch out now because this kid's got moxie. Let's see him put these chips to work. And we're dealing with one of the biggest bubbles you'll ever see in a €250 buy-in. All players remain and guaranteed a minimum of €11,200. There's a 2,100 pay difference between 6th and 5th place, but we don't want to give you that. It's also the small matter of a €10,350 WSOP main event ticket. So they're essentially playing the guts of a €13,000 difference between 6th and 5th. How do you like those apples? Game on. Pascal rejamming here for 11 big blinds total, and Fex might feel like he's priced in hijack against the small blind. Pascal could be doing this with worse, but I would actually prefer to knit fold here and keep this dynamic going. Keep putting the pressure on these 11 to 15 big blind stacks or whatever they are. Pistol Pete getting close to 10 bigs. My point is there's a couple of stacks that are under 15 big blinds. Pascal does tend to have a hand stronger than ace-9 here the majority of the time. Of course he can be flipping and he can be up against hands like king-queen suited, maybe king-jack suited, shoves from the small, king-10 suited. He has to shove a little bit wider because, or sorry, a little bit tighter because Fex can just be calling them. He has all the chips to do it. 60, 70 big blinds to start the hand there. So that's actually a really nice adjustment there by Fex, letting that one go. There are players that will just call that because they can afford it, because all the momentum is shifting in their direction. So he is full of adrenaline now after this flip. Can't help but like this kid. Yeah, exactly, Rip Roar. 2 shorts. You've had some good comments today, by the way. Haven't seen your name in the chat much. We're all about growing this channel. Nice to have you with us. You've been quite interactive. Great to see. Pascal taking that one down. Yeah, it was just he doesn't need to take that risk with the ace-9. Will dominate hands that might rejam, like such as ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, but them hands might just fold considering there are other shorties. So he has to be a little bit tighter. Well, this has happened pretty quickly here. Donk going for a rejam, it looks like, with just queen 8 suited. This is what I'm saying. That would make the ace-9 offsuit a call, right? You're seeing them go for a very wide rejam. I don't like this at all, by the way. Not the time to rejam. Far too impatient from Donk, 1931. Looked like he just wanted to get out of there at times today. Bit of a sour puss on him. Does get 11,200 euro for his efforts. Well done, sir. GG. It just seemed like he just didn't really care about ICM a couple of times today. Not that a lot of players would know about ICM, but when he's playing for that ticket, I would like to see him just take a little bit more time about his decisions and pick a better spot than the queen 8 suited there. Granted, he's going to take that one down with a rejam, but once you're called, it's not looking good. So, all 5 remaining players can breathe a sigh of relief, and now it's a whole different ball game. Blinds have gone up. 400k is the small blind, 800k is the big blind, with an 800k running big blind ante. Southside Ronnie is in the house, all the way from Canada. See, I remember this time, Southside Ronnie. Hope you're keeping well. Pistol Pete going for the rejam here with the ace-7 offsuit. Looks like director has called here. I thought that that was a snap fold. Don't really understand the call here pre-flop. Even though the blinds had gone up. Pistol Pete getting an obscure double up there. Very generous gift from the King 3 offsuit. We do have instant action here. Director has Pascal in a lot of trouble. 2-1 favorite here for the Kings. Three deuce deuce is the flop. Turn is the 6. The river is an ace. Oh my God, I don't believe it. Woohoo! A lot of bad beats being dished out today. That's a nasty one for director. I was not expecting an ace from space on that occasion. And that's written all over his face, how much that irritated him. Nothing he can do there with the Kings, of course. You get it in good and you lose. It's c'est la vie. That really does change things, lads. Fex. Mephisto still running the show, of course, but now Pistol Pete doubles up. The director loses a chunk of chips. And the Frenchman doubles up also. Going to get an update on the leaderboard momentarily, I would say. Pascal now. Pascal the Rascal. 28 bigs. It looks like Pascal has won some tournaments before. 151,000 in tournament live earnings. Best live cash over 30k. So he won't be phased, because I've seen some of you saying he was cool as a cucumber there. There we have it, folks. Vex with 49 bigs is now your chip leader. Mephisto 47, Director with 31, Pascal with 30, and Pistol Pete with 20. One double up changes everything. This is all to play for, and it's starting to evening out nicely as we get closer and closer to a ZTO main event anniversary champion. Getting giddy for this one now to see who's going to take this down. Who do you think's going to win? Let me know in the chat. Hard to bet against Mephisto. Monsieur wants to know how did Vex double. Jack 10 of hearts springs to mind against Mephisto's aces. And then he won another pot on top. He hit a 10 on the river against Mephisto. It was the Jack high flop. Turned a heart draw. River 2 pair. Also won a gigantic flip with queens against ace king suited, and he hit an ace on the river. So it wasn't just one double up, it was two. Pistol Pete ripping 20 bigs in the small. Pascal snapping them off with two black ladies. And 32.2 million chip pot. Pistol Pete, for Pete's sake, is all in and called. Is this to be his last hand of the night? He has come back time and time again as the scrappy underdog with his unconventional plays. Let's see. It's a king in the window. King 10 deuce. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. It is a jack on the turn. It's never easy. 9 outs for Pascal as we hit the river. It's a 3 of diamonds. Pistol Pete taking a huge chunk from Pascal Lumiere. And now Pistol Pete playing 40 bigs. Is there anything else going to happen at this final table? You bet your bottom dollar there is. Look how even Stevens the stacks are leveling out now. And Pascal becomes your super short stack. And Pascal looks pissed at Pistol Pete. Who could blame him? He's gone for it here with 8.9 big blinds. I really don't like this, but he looks browned off. He's secured his 10k ticket and a substantial payday. This has been a crazy final table. Almost like a sitcom at times. Pistol has Pascal dominated. Guys, he had 2.4 million, 2.7 million, somewhere between 2 and 3 million coming to the final table. 6.3 bigs exactly. After putting in 3/4 of his stack. And now, if he wins this, he's going to have over 40 million in chips. Oh, wow. King 10-5 is the flop. Pascal going to regret this one later, but looks like he just had enough. Just basically has no fold equity there, though. Maybe a glimmer of it against certain opening range from the cutoff, but very unlikely. Pistol Pete, 52 bigs now, close to 42 million in chips. Space Pirate says, what's he chewing on? Chewing on some bad beats. I don't know. Director 3 betting to 5.2 mil. Sorry, I meant to say he's not chewing on a few bad beats. He's the one dishing them out. Dishing out slaps, he is. What do you do with this pistol, Pete, dude, eh? So say Ronnie says, I still can't sleep from 4 months ago on the FT losing a heads up with Kings versus Ace King. I know Pascal going to regret for months. Mephisto with the ace 4. Fex with the trips. I think that's got to be a tell. He was about to check at them bets. Fex taking it down. Fisto makes it 2.5 million. Fex gets out of the way. These two, only a couple of mil separating them. Four remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of 18,000 euro, by the way. Pascal taking 14,300 euro home for his efforts. Fisto 3-betting to 4.4 mil. Pistol Pete going to call here with the fives. Speculative. King, king, queen is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is a deuce of clubs. The river is the ace of spades. Pistol Pete most likely going to give a walk here with the 6 deuce offsuit. Mephisto takes that one down with the 9-6 of diamonds. Fisto betting 800k with the 8 deuce. 7-4-3 is the flop. Fisto taking that one down, and now Pistol Pete with Queen 10 suited. Pistol Pete betting 2 mil. Repping that King 7-4 rainbow. Fex calling from the small with the 5s, and Director coming along for the ride. In for a penny, in for a pounding with the ace-3 offsuit. So outside Ronnie just can't let that one go. Regretting it for months now. We all have regrets, buddy. I've made missed clicks before that have cost me possibly tens of thousands of dollars. Wasn't trying to one-up your story now or anything, but yeah, them things take quite some time to get over. Yes, you did miss 2 KOs, no ticket bubble, indeed Apocalypse, and lo and behold, who is the guy going from 0 to hero with the 6.3 big blind stack coming to the FT? Pistol Pete from Jump Street, jumping all the way to the top. Was there some bad beats involved? Absolutely. Pistol Pete with ace queen off suit and a small. Oh no. I don't believe it. Oh dearie me. Call the cops. Mephisto with kings in the big. Pistol Pete with the ace queen. Is this going to be a crazy setup? And the way Pistol Pete's been running all day, you'd expect him to get there with the ace queen. Mephisto has been hitting pair after pair throughout the day, but he's had 3 significant all-ins that have not gone his way. This is going to be a big pot. No 2 ways about it. Wants to make it somewhere around 6.6 mil here. Goes for 6.4. Do you just rip it in his face if you're Pistol Pete? Do you 4-bet call it off? Do you just call? I don't think he's going to just call. $6.4. Can he make it something? Does he try to induce Mephisto to 5-bet rip? We've seen Mephisto 4-bet earlier with just Jack 10 offsuit. That's an all-in. That's a call. They are basically tied for chips. Just a half a big blind separating the two. This is pot of the tournament. $45 big blind shove right in Mephisto's face. I guess he doesn't want a 4-bet fold, so just wants to rip it. Just seems a little bit excessive. Nearly 100 big blinds in this pot. It's an ace. I don't believe it. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. And now Mephisto, needing a king of kings, has never needed one more. 75.4 million chip pot. Turns a 10 of diamonds. This is just unbelievable, Jeff. River's the jack of spades. Mephisto going to be down to a half a big. Southside Ronnie told you Pistol P running fire at this point. He's a bit of a fireman, all right. Bit speechless right now. Stack him to the top. This effing guy. 6.3 bigs coming to the FT. Effing guy meaning final table guy, of course, guys. Half a big price for Mephisto. 34 bigs for Director. 48 for Fex. But it is Pistol Pete with over half the chips in play. And now Mephisto facing elimination, and Pistol Pete has a lot more experience than Fex and Director, it seems. Actually, I'm not going to say that for sure. But he does have commanding chip lead, and he's been in these positions before. I don't know much about Director or Fex. Apocalypse thinks Mephisto is still going to win. Not this time. Pistol P as kings. This is incredible. Wow. Queen, Jack, Jack. We do see the exit of Mephisto. Pistol Pete. It's his tournament to lose now. Mephisto, I love this guy. He's took it pretty well, all things considered. Maybe he'll go batter a door or punch in a window, but from my experience of commentating on his play, he's always a gentleman. Win, lose, or draw. And I think that's going to bring us to a break, actually. These guys are going to go run some numbers or whatever they want to discuss. We're going to be back in less than 15 minutes for three-handed action here. Pistol Pete, 55% of all the chips in play. Fex with 26% of all the chips in play. Still very healthy with 46 bigs. And Director with 34. Still a lot of bigs in play here, folks. Lots of playability in this one, even though we will be fast approaching a 1 million big blind. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your two-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy we have queens.
Yeah. Why you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. Says
Right.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
It's 7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Tuckman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, you know, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. Because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, what a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
240.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
I think Sizrat put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King 9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going... I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say, on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here, that's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses. Especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin, all of a sudden, is getting dangerously close.
22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. and then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there, but it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the flop?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
we'll
look at playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button, almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is going to get some action. Cabral calling. DeVoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Dvorak's life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Dvorak wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is. It's first and second, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for a run at once. Looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That is a terrible window card right there.
Like you knew.
And Dvorak needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Hula 6 million happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG Daniel
remaining.
in
If it's
main
not a
event.
3, Daniel
GG.
Dvorak is out. Jack of diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Dvorak, over 15 million in
Hey, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million. Now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back just in time to see a 51.8 million chip pot. Blinds are still 400, 800, 800. Pistol P, 4-bet Rip Inskis. Right into the directors, ladies. And the director now going to have a chunk of chips. And this evens things out even further. Whoa. He cannot get there this time. 7 isn't always coming. Today I learned. Apparently Fex is a legend. I did see Jort's messages there. Just English only, please, Jort. So apparently it's not Fex's first rodeo. He has took down some tournaments before. Looks like he loves the game anyway. If you're a lover of the game, that hand changes things significantly. Because now they're all playing around 50 million, it seems. Well, sorry. Fex is going to be playing a bit less than that. But these three players going to be approaching 1 million big blind now in a few moments, a few minutes anyway, within 10 minutes, I think. And 30-minute levels from here on out because they have done a deal. That's the new info I have for you. So they're playing on for the winner will get €12,190. Seat 3 getting €33,862. Seat 4 getting €30,848. So basically just a few grand in the difference. And then Pistol Pete securing 45 grand for his efforts. After folding with 6.3 big blinds earlier. How do you like those apples? Real Rusty said Pistol Pete still in. I guess his 3/4 stack bet fold wasn't so bad after all. In this case, at least. Yeah. Oh, wow. What a day. It's been live for about 8.5 hours now. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening / nighttime. Final day of the €250 ZTO anniversary main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Unbelievable, Jeff. It's been a day that's had scenes after scenes. So it is unbelievable that they've all secured a very, very sexy payday from a 250 buy-in. I've just said the deals. I'm going to do it again. Deal has been reached. Pistol Pete taking 45 grand. I believe Fex securing 33,862 and Director 30,848. So just a couple of grand in the difference between Director and Fex. And they are going to be playing on for €12,190. It is allowed now to make a deal, and just as well. You nearly have to make a deal with Pistol Pete because it seems like it's almost an unfair advantage. If you are new to this channel and you're enjoying the action, we are back every weekend. We do find ourselves in a weird situation with me now the next few weeks because I'm not back in the booth after tonight, whatever you want to call it, until the big one, the King's Million. That is going to be quite the event. I'm going to be in the booth the Sunday and the Monday for that one. But next Sunday we have the German Poker Days. I am not required for that one. It is a fan favorite though. It does play throughout the whole night. And you've got ample opportunities to play this King's Million. Check out the full schedule on the website, of course. I'll be back for the 9th and the 10th for that one. And we are on all the usual social media platforms, of course. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. The whole alphabet. You want it, we got it. I am going to eat the last of my fruit here, pineapple and an orange, after this hand. Just so you know, I'll be gone for just a moment or two, unless something kicks off, which could easily happen. I will have me binoculars out. Jort wants the same candies as Fex. He definitely seems to be more on the ADHD side of things, something I can relate with. It is a very giddy moment in a man's life, playing three-handed for this whopper of a title. Nothing wrong with it, it's just quite speedy. Not something to be laughed at, of course. The excitement of playing for this much money, I don't know. I heard people saying in the chat that Fex has had some results before. I'd like to know more about these. Jord, how much money did he win? Can you put it in English? He won a mystery bounty or something. Fill us in. Give us the gory details. I'll be right back. So we do pick up the action here on the turn on the queen 5-6 deuce board. Fex won't be liking there's a queen out there, even though he's flopped a set. What I mean is, little does he know, Pistol Pete has jacks. Pistol Pete not quite with an overpair to the board, but it is not going to stop him betting a second time. I don't like this from Fex at all. Way too rushed here. Far too speedy Gonzalez for my liking. 43.2 million. Let Pistol Pete, especially Pistol Pete, do the betting for you. Just getting overexcited, in my opinion. Like, you want Pistol Pete to continue barreling. He just has to give Fex respect. Fex just very amped up. Someone send some of the girls over there to give him a massage. Cool as jets. Sure, it's his mystery bounty this week. I think around 3K. I spoke with him yesterday. Also was in the tournament, busted at 109th. Sure, it says 4,350 for the win on Wednesday. Or they made a deal. Yeah, the reason I wanted to know that is because this is clearly 10 times the amount he won from a mystery bounty. So this is a huge amount of money on the line. They might have made a deal. They might have well over 30k secured each, Pistol P45, but they are still playing on for 12,000 euro, which is still nearly 50 buy-ins to a 250. Not to mention the glory and the title and everything that goes with it. Could have got way more value from his. He just got very excited with that set on the turn there. Blasting. He just plays very fast. There you go. He's drinking an energy drink for starters. Played for many days on end. Yeah, he had a set on the flop, Space Pirate. I'm saying he could have got more value for it had he just played it a bit differently. Just call. Pistol Pete likely to blast off when he bets flop and turn. Whether he has it or he doesn't. What a moment it is for these three remaining players. Pistol Pete has had some results at Kings before. Don't know anything about Director. But he's played pretty snug and well throughout the day. All three would make a worthy champion at this stage. Pistol Pete is the man of the hour, though. Man of the day. Man of the match. Coming back from 6.3 bigs, no matter what happens from here on out. Hard to take that away from him. I would just like to tell Fex to breathe and maybe just think about his decisions a little bit longer. What happened to Mephisto? Oh, well, Pistol P happened to Mephisto. To be fair, guys, Mephisto ran pretty horrific for someone that was winning every single pot throughout the day. The big ones, the all-ins, lost 4 that I can think of. Could be even 5. All substantial pots. I think I've mentioned that several times already, but doesn't go without saying again. $43, $25, and $65. Easy to know how many big blinds they have now because it's 500k for the small blind, 1 million rupees for the big, and 1 million rupees for the big blind ante. Pistol Pete betting 3.2 million. Feck's going to call. Turn as a jack. Feck's betting 9 million. Now, I don't mind this bet as much because Ace-X going to be calling the majority of the time if you're Pistol Pete. But at the same time, if Pistol is bluffing, do you want to get him to continue to bluff? I think I actually like a check again there. You don't want to get raised. If you get raised, you can just get rid of your hand, I suppose. But check call just seems like the better option. And I will be back in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Hear that he's chewing on the same piece of gum for like 5 hours. Do you anyone remember John Racner at the World Series of Poker main event a few years ago? He was chewing like a goat at that final table for what seemed like 10 hours. Like 10 chews per second. Sometimes they bite off more than they can chew. Director betting 4 million here on the turn. Pistol Pete calling 14 million in the pot on the 4, 7, 10, 9, 8 board. Jack makes it straight. Stack to pot ratio 1-1. And Pistol Pete might call this one. Does have the arse end of the straight, but surely to God there are some bluffs in Director's range. I don't know, actually. I could go behind calling or folding here. It's easy for me to say when I can see the cards at home. Perhaps we need about a jack to bet that river for 10 mil. Doesn't mean you won't have some bluffs occasionally, but maybe Pistol could find a fold there. Jordy wants to know what kind of candy is this. Reminds me of a good song by Paolo Nutini called Candy. Check it out. And Director wants to call here with some backdoors, blind v blind. Fex with the ace king on the 8-8-10. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Guess Director does have some backdoor properties with the 6-5 of hearts. I just don't know if we want to be drawn to the low end there again. Might just want to fold that one. The ace king does take it down. Vex makes it 3.5 million with ace-7. Director calls with king-7. Queen-jack 6 deuce is the board. River comes a 10. Vex will be delighted to win that one. Perhaps we should bet that river with the king-7 to try make an ace-x type holding fold. Although we will have some showdown. I could go between check and bet there. I just feel like if Vex had a piece of that board, we would know by now. He's not shy about betting when he has it. These guys talking away to each other on the 6-10 jack 3 ace board. A lot of talking going on. They seem to be happy to just be checking things down, etc. Director will win that one. They don't want to get too friendly with each other. Still 12 grand and the title up for grabs. You see this time and time again when we get short-handed, deals being done. People just want to get it over with. The excitement, the adrenaline, the rush of playing for so much money. The deal's being done. You've got your 10k ticket, but it's championship rounds. If you want to win this title, you've got to remain calm, composed. Every decision mattering so much. It doesn't really feel like they are playing that way. They're saying it's an awful three-way match. But you see, they've made the deal. They're amped up. Chewing gum, energy drinks, lock, stock, the lot. Still playing for €12,000. That ain't no chump change. So there you have it. 84 bigs for Fex. Commanding chip lead now. Almost 60% of all the chips in play. Fex raising to 2.5 million. 2.5x he's going. Apple says, I like the way, Apple Poker now, not Apocalypse, says, I like the way you comment and run the stream. Thank you very much. It's been a wild day. Been a wild year on Com so far. 4 mil is the call from the director. Wants to see what Fex had. The Fex will show him. They are playing very friendly for the situation at hand. Pistol P finds himself getting short now, and Fex and the director, I am in no way saying they are colluding in any way, shape or form, but they are very check heavy and check happy down to the river, and Pistol P kind of getting left out of these smaller pots, and they're all adding up. Pistol P hasn't been able to do much in a while. Does take that one down, however. Pistol Pete with 24 bigs now. 2.2 million. Not so long ago that Pistol Pete had 70 million plus in chips. Pistol Pete betting the river. We'll take that one down. Did have the best of it. Director raising here. A lot of equity. Pistol P has top pair. And we could see them play for all of it here. although Pistol Pete only has a 7 kicker. Director unlikely to be raising here. Too light. He just hasn't really been playing that way. Does decide to put it in. I was correct. Big equity flip here. Post flop coin flip. 57.4 million in this one. Big moment for both players involved. Director could knock out Pistol Pete right here, right now. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. River is the 7 of hearts. Wow. Gets there. Now the director's going to be playing about 68.6 million in chips, to be precise. And Pistol Pete is not in the mood. We'll say goodbye in 3rd place. Hold on now. Take a bow for Pistol Pete. From the brink of 6.3 bigs to get a huge score of 45,000 euro. Oh my God. And a 10K ticket. And Fex is now moved on from the energy drinks. About time. Better off having a beer. It's time you became a man, Fex. And they are going to be coming back basically dead even, and this heads up battle could go on for quite some time. They're very happy to check it down with each other, but we are going on a small break. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing. This one's not over yet, but either Fex or Director is going to prevail as your ZTO main event anniversary champion. We'll be back within 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack for Redin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently 3rd.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. this tournament. Just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Now you want diamonds.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. Blinds are 6120. They're going to pop up to 8160 pretty soon. And at that point, you start doing the math and you realize we just don't have that many chips in play. Each player started with 1 million chips. We had 30 entries. Even with my limited mathematical skills, I can tell you there's 30 million chips in play.
That was pretty good, Tuckman.
Yeah, quick too, right?
Yeah.
Nothing gets by me. Fox with ace 5.
All in.
And she is all in. Now just a question, do the blinds wake up with something?
Oh,
no.
no. Oh, wow.
Yep. So this is about a, what, let's see, 13 and a half big blind shove?
Yeah. Somewhere in that vicinity.
14 big blind shove?
You generally tend to shove a lot of the offsuit aces that you're playing, and if you're doing some min raising, it's with some of the suited aces. When you reach your final table, things flip a little bit in that regard, but not always. Ace 5 off is just a great candidate for a bluff jam. You get a few better aces to call or to fold, I mean, and Ace 5 is just a particularly good low ace.
Cabral re-raising. Mustafa.
Oh.
And there's another ace.
Yeah, seeing that ace is just brutal for Chrissy. I don't think that she saw it, but, you know, as a viewer, as a fan.
So pretty unlucky for Chrissy. She had ace queen versus ace 4, hit her ace. But the 4 on the turn keeps her having a big stack, and now just a few hands afterwards, her tournament life on the line. We know one of the aces are dead.
But 9 of diamonds, okay? Okay? Okay, 9 of diamonds.
She can win with running queens, by the way.
Running queens? Okay, that's an option. A queen on the turn would be fun, right?
Yeah, why not?
Double, well, add some outs. We'll put it that way, not double. There's only one dead ace.
9 of diamonds.
This is tough.
Ace of hearts.
Yeah, ace of hearts would not help her now.
Oh, I have flush draw. I didn't see that. But 9 of
Cabral
diamonds
does
is
pick
okay.
up the flush. Fox in one card away, and that is going to do it for 4 clubs on the river. And the 4-time bracelet winner will have to wait another day to win bracelet number 5. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game. The biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no-limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, this very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow. What a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with. I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What did he say?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Hasu off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Hasu jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hasu. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Hasu who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what?
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Hasu's wheel.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back for a heads-up battle of the ages. Playing it out for over €12,000. It's Director from Lithuania, Vex from Holland. May the best man win. They're coming in almost even Stevens. Both will make a worthy champion at this late stage. Vex has been a scrappy underdog. Director has been a quiet, somewhat of a silent assassin. Hasn't put much feet wrong. Maybe I could get corrected in the chat. Wouldn't be the first time, but it just seems like he's played pretty snug. He's let everyone else do the battling for him and finds himself in contention after securing a significant payday. I don't know much about this Director guy. I can't obviously type in Director into Hennemob. Seems like he's got his wits about him. Both of these players seem like they are relatively young as well. Obviously, Vex seems like he must be 25 years or even younger. Don't know about Director, but he definitely doesn't seem to be someone who's older than 30. So what a moment this is for the two combatants, if you will. Playing on for the title, the trophy, the glory, €12,190. Both players securing over €30,000 already. Unbelievable score from a €250 buy-in. Apocalypse says, Dan, the deal numbers add up to 12k less than the original payouts, including the 12k extra. So what does that mean? That was the exact information I was given and copy and pasted it over to you. So that's all the info I have. Perhaps there's been an error, but they are playing on for 12k. That was the exact info I was given. I'm sure we can figure it out. They've both secured a significant payday and playing on for an additional 5 figures. I don't know what the difference is, Apocalypse, to be honest with you now. Nearly 10 hours into the stream. Don't particularly care. We are playing on at 30-minute levels. This could go on for quite some time. They do seem very content to play small ball poker with each other. Why shouldn't they? Revel in the moment. They've got through such a difficult final table as well. To give Pistol Pete one more honourable mention. And you had Yal, Ben Simon, Stefan Druska, Mephisto, of course, Pascal Rumier is up a couple of 100k. Did get pretty browned off in the end and stack off with 8-7 off suit, if I remember correctly. My whole point is you had quite a difficult FT, but it's been very crazy. We can confirm as a certified squirrel the Pistol Pete is indeed nuts. $5 million is the bet from Vex and Director. Gonna call him down. That's a big swing, actually. Dren says, Pete, man of the day, what a guy. Hats off to Pistol for discipline. We have had some fun hands today. It's a day that's had it all, really. $60-40 now in Director's favour. And I always talk about it on this channel. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. Championship rounds. We don't quit at halftime, all that jazz. But that pot's actually swung in the Director's favour now. Fex wins that one. It's 50-50. Now it's 60-40. A lot of big blinds still in play. Anything could happen. Let's go. And a straight for Director here on the river. Can he get a bet out of Fex? It doesn't look like it. Who do you think is going to win, by the way? Director. I should have asked this as we came in. Even Stevens. But as you know, heads up. So volatile. As a format of No Limit Hold'em. So who you got winning this one? Let me know in the chat. Some lucky punter has just won the jackpot on the slot machines. 7 million is the bet here from Fex on the river. Going to try get Director to fold a 5, a deuce, maybe even a 6, although that's unlikely. 10 probably going to have to call this one. We are heads up now. Fex getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He needs to just take. He is such a character. I have a feeling this is only the start of seeing Fex play a Kings. He shows a king like he was going to show a kicker that had Director beat. It wasn't to be. He's a good sport, win, lose, or draw. This guy, but he just needs to take a little bit more time with his decisions. These two loving life. I think both of them are having a beer now at this stage. Not sure what the tournament director is saying. Director winning another pot, by the way. Speaking of directors, over 100 million now, and it's going to be tough for Fex to get back from this one. Fex is going to bet this river. He just says, give me those chips. 600k being the small blind now. 1.2 million, the big. 1.2 million. Big blind running ante. Fex wins this one. Fex going for the full 3x. Fex 3x. A7 off suit. Director's going to call with the 6-5. Fex with a very splashy bet there. He just doesn't want to take his time doing anything. And the director's going to call him. And Fex now back to 60 mil. 50 bigs. It's anybody's game. Do see a big blind 3-bet from Fex. Director calls 5-9 deuces the flop. And now Fex going to check. I don't like that check from Fex at all. Wants to bet. He's a lot of backdoors that can work for him. Now he's just trying to get it to showdown with King High, which is very unlikely to be the best hand in a 3-bet pot. And that looks like... I thought he was raising. The way this guy puts chips in the middle. Bet a 10 mil, call a 10 mil, jack on the river. And now Fex surely has to know he can't be winning with just King High. Perhaps decision fatigue or the magnitude of the moment is starting to set in. But we're seeing some misplayed hands by both players. But Fex just so erratic and sporadic with his decision-making process. Dovla says the white road runner. A foghorn leghorn. Is that another fast bird? I think it was. Director over 100 mil again. Fex shoves the lot with his open arms. We'll take it down. Ten 5-4 is the flop. Director going to check back instantly with the ace-7 of diamonds. Turn goes check, check, and the river is the 9 of clubs. At some point, Fex has to start turning his hands into bluffs. Case in point, good man Fex. Director taking that one down with a bet. This one could go on for quite some time yet. I want to give a massive thanks to everyone that tuned in throughout the last 10 hours. Week in, week out. Love growing this channel. Lovely, fun, interactive community. We like to have fun here. But action will always be our mantra. We haven't disappointed today, that's for bloody sure. Lots and lots of action. Bird is going to bed. Thanks a million for all your help, Bird. And indeed, Apocalypse. Flex bets 4 million. Excuse me. Director with the best of it now on the turn. Does take that one down. Vex will take that one down. Not much going on for the director there. Jack's going to 3-bet to 11 mil, taking it down. Director raising to 4 mil with the king 8. Fex calling with the 5-3 suited. Trip for director. Wants to check this one back the majority of the time, and he does do just that. 4 million is the bet, and Fex just moves all in and gets snapped, and this could be it, folks. Almost 60 million in this pot, and director in pole position to take this title down. Unless Fex hits a spade on the river, and there are 7 outs in the deck for him, we will have our champion. River is a queen, and director has done it. He has prevailed as your ZTO anniversary main event champion. We've done it again. Crowned another one. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We've done it again. Brilliant stuff. What a stream it was over the last 10 hours. Incredible. Really fun, enjoyable day today. I'm going to be gone now for a couple of weeks. You've got the German Poker Days next Sunday. And then after that, all roads lead to one tournament and one tournament only, the King's Million. Well, never just one tournament. There's obviously loads to choose from, but that 1 million guarantee. King's Million taking place from the 27th of the 2nd to the 10th of the 3rd. Mark that one in your calendar. But first of all, it's the German Poker Days next Sunday. Big round of applause to everyone who tuned in throughout the day on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Thanks a million. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website, kingsresort.com. Merchandise store. You know all the crack by now. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks to everyone else. I'm going to let this guy enjoy his moment prevailing as your champion. For now, it's time for me to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.